A horned monster with massive demonic wings addresses the heroes as unfortunate in a fearsome voice. It declares that they will witness the Demon King's greatest power. Long ago, on the continent of darkness, a war raged between the Demon King's army, humanity, and the elves. The long stagnation ended when heroes gathered from across the world. Inside the dark castle, they faced a fearsome enemy whose huge shadowy form inspired terror. It was Volt, Aslai, second king of Visgard. Desperation pushed both sides to fight with all their strength, and the battle was finally reaching its climax. A large symbol-covered spell appears beside the Demon King, and he instinctively raises his hand to shield himself. The spell takes hold, his body starts to crumble, and he gasps in pain as he stares at his cracking arm in surprise. A roar of pain escapes him as he cannot tell what is happening to his body, and pieces of flesh fly in different directions. The wizard, casting the spell, stares at him with piercing eyes, and the Demon King screams, demanding to know what was done to him. Volt cannot fathom how this happened. He extends his crumbling palm toward the light. It is the 12th day of the month of half-light, 528. Thoughts of death come as he falls into the darker depths that pull him in. Today, he feels the story of the 29-year-old Voltaslayer has reached its end. A large full moon lights a spot in the northern Laga kingdom as an explosion rocks a palace carved into the mountain. The stone walls of the cave-like space tremble as terrified people run in all directions, shouting curses and pleas for shelter while urging those giving first aid to hurry. The one responsible for the destruction is, as one of the people calls him, Vergen, the highest-ranking stone dragon, also known as the tyrannical earth dragon, grinning angrily as he clings to the stones with his large clawed paws. Hiding behind rocks, a boy and a girl watch the dragon. And the boy, surprised that Vergen has basilisks following him everywhere, tells her worried that supplies are being used up too fast and casualties are mounting. A girl steps up behind them and confidently asks to hold off the enemies. They turn and stare at her, amazed. Vowing she will let no one die, the woman with long blonde hair wears an elegant armored dress and holds a two-handed sword, while the crowd, fired up, shouts her name, calls her Miss Iris, and urges others to keep fighting as long as they can. Rushing into battle, she charges while people call out to one another to protect her. Iris searches for the scaly enemy's weak spot and finds it on its belly. The dragon notices and glares at her. Launching an attack, he spews a massive jet of flame from his mouth. She flies up and narrowly dodges it. Flying rock fragments graze her cheek, and she fears even the dragon's breath is dangerous, so she must quickly regain her balance. Before she can act, the girl slams her whole body into the wall, crying out in pain, then slides down, leaving a dent in the stone as people call to her in concern. Clutching the holy sword Mistiltine in her hand, she feels disappointed she never had a chance to unleash its power. Severely wounded, she looks at the raging dragon and, resigned, thinks that if this is how it ends, she should at least die with honor. Lightning crashes onto the battlefield, its flash hiding both people and the dragon, and the strike shatters stone and sends a powerful gust. Lightning hits the palace dome and destroys everything around it. Iris, battered and bruised, staggers up, holding her head, confused, surprised to be alive, and trying to understand the light. At the spot where lightning struck, a man in a black cloak stands directly in front of the roaring dragon, and the girl is stunned by his appearance. She still can't make sense of what happened. The man in the black cloak is actually a dark-haired boy, and Iris doesn't understand who he is or what he's doing. The boy stands barefoot on the ground. Around him lie basilisks struck by lightning. He doesn't know where he is, and realizes this is not his castle. Staring at his reflection in amazement, He tries to understand what happened to his body. The hero notices his body resembles a human's. He announces his name and title as Demon King Volt, ruler of the continent of darkness. The boy then turns to the moon, amazed at its size. Volt wonders where the others are and suggests how he might have gotten there. But Vergen's nearby growl interrupts him. The hero turns to him, noting that although Verkan has no wings, he is, judging by his magnificent physique, a dragon. The reptile bares its teeth at him and roars even more fiercely. Watching the scene, a girl warns the hero to run, but the dragon cuts her off and blasts him with a stream of flame. Flames make the ground crackle, and the girl exhales with regret, believing the hero is dead. Iris remembers promising not to let anyone die, closes her eyes as tears fall, mournfully realizing that with her powers she could have saved him, then lifts her head and her eyes widen at what she sees. The hero, unharmed, still stands on the ground and realizes his human likeness made him think he was dead. Volt is surprised to find he feels nothing. The girl watches him in amazement. The dragon casts a spell that forms a large glowing eye. Iris tries to warn the hero that it is a petrification spell and is nearly fatal. A stone crust forms over him. Shaking off his petrification with a chuckle, the hero looks boldly at the enemy and calls the attack a good try. Vergen looks at Volt in bewilderment. Hidden onlookers are amazed he could dispel the spell so easily. Volt suggests that although he seems weak, he still has some of a king's powers. The hero does not fully understand everything, but once he decides, he readies himself to strike back. Volt charges at the enemy with a smile, while Iris watches and notes that all the adventurers in their special campaign division are the Royal Region's elite forces. Despite being fully prepared for battle, the girl admits they could not win, while the hero dodges the dragon's paw strikes. After being on that team and losing, she is amazed the boy fights alone. Volt easily dodges every enemy attack. The hero swings his arm, channels strength into his hand, and strikes, certain the dragon will regret crossing him. Vergen strikes the dragon in the stomach with all his might. The blow cracks the ground beneath the hero's feet. The dragon's face freezes in a silent roar, and its eyes go empty. Iris stands stunned as the dragon flies off the other way and crashes to the floor. The crowd is amazed and joyful, unsure how the hero could strike the dragon with his bare hands or whether that means they have won. Iris staggers toward the hero to get answers to her questions. To get his attention, she asks who he is and whether it's true that he defeated the dragon with his bare hands. The hero can't understand a word the girl says to him, concluding the girl isn't hostile, but speaks an unfamiliar language. The man feels he has entered another world. So he doesn't want to miss any important information and comes up with an idea. Iris still has questions, but Volt holds up his hand to signal her to wait and approaches the fallen dragon to use one of his old skills. Using his power, he reads all the knowledge the dragon has gathered over its lifetime. He calls her Lizarek Gaina and notes she knows less than he expected. Volt turns his attention to the girl. She asks what he is doing after sensing an unusual energy. As he is about to answer, another girl asks who he is. Volt asks her if she practices dark magic. The girl studies him carefully and says she can assume that about someone who appeared out of nowhere. The girl in the wide hat who asked the question says he only extracted information from the dragon's corpse. He agrees, explaining he couldn't understand their language and got the knowledge from the dragon, and the girls respond with understanding. Iris bombards the hero with questions he has no time to answer, then bows to thank him. Battered, her chest armor half destroyed, she smiles, thanking the Volt that no one died. Shocked by her attitude, he blushes and denies it, saying he was only defending himself. Volt is so embarrassed, he does not know where to look. And Iris, not understanding his reaction, asks whether he really defeated Virgin without a weapon. And he agrees, acting as if it were no big deal. Iris tries to ask him about the punch, and someone shouts that it is impossible and that Volt is lying. Another one-tailed girl leaning on a staff accuses him of being unable to defeat a dragon of that level with his bare hands. The hero does not understand what is expected of him. She screams that even though he saved them, he still cannot be trusted. Iris says she has a point to make. The hero is asked his name, and he gives it without hesitation. He gives his name and tells them he likely died and was reborn as the boy they see, admitting he does not fully understand everything. Seeing their shocked faces, he says they might not believe him because he wouldn't either. And a girl screams, surprised the dragon was defeated while she was knocked out. The girl with the pointy ears asks in surprise what happened. The girl with the staff asks how she feels. She replies that a little saliva will cure everything, and Volt turns his attention to the white animal. A white wolf with black eyes and large air horns on its jaw and forehead looks at him, marked as a sacred animal, as Iris introduces the hero. Volt asks Cyrus to introduce herself after he gave his name, and she happily gives her last name, Lisselvine, asking to be called by her first name. The girl with the staff praises Iris, calling her the famous Rossweiser commas. The hero looks puzzled because he doesn't know the word. Iris and the girl with the hat sigh. The girl with the staff keeps talking, saying Rossweiss is a special white class of knights and that Volt should treat her with respect, while Iris grows confused by the story and asks her to stop. With her staff, Ranzeluna Kallenberg cheerfully introduces herself as Ransel, and the pointed-eared girl softly calls the owl's name, Lutessa Orf. Lutessa also represents the sacred animal, names it Kuru-Ru, and says only she can call it Ku. Ranzeluna declares the defeat under Iris's leadership must be punished. Lutessa asks Volt who he thinks is the leader of their Silver Wolf Knight group. He declares it a sacred beast. Shocked, the girl asks how he guessed. He says the name made it obvious. Lutessa throws herself at him in a hug, saying they'll definitely be friends, and the hero tries to turn it into his own pleasure as she grabs the fabric of his robe. The fabric is torn to pieces and leaves the hero completely naked. The girls are embarrassed. Ranzel screams in surprise and grabs the fabric with both hands. The hero thanks her and thinks his thin clothes did not survive the brutal battle. The girl in the hat introduces herself as Gelda, urges returning to the capital because she is worried about the wounded, and adds that she remains curious about the hero, but will talk about it later. The capital is a large city whose boundaries are marked by a fortress. The group has finished the mission and is now heading there. The hero stares in horror at the sign on the building they just came from. The girls in the background talk to each other. The hero is amazed to see the sign for the Adventurers Guild Arios department, and, taken aback, asks aloud. Deep in thought, he notes that the heroes who defeated him were also adventurers, and asks Iris whether she is afraid of him and why she brought him. Iris says she did not want to treat him like a criminal. The hero agrees he wouldn't want that either, since no one likes that attitude, and Iris says the Knights of the Imperial Guard and the Vigilance Committee are tied up, so they will have to handle the problem themselves. Volt asks doubtfully if she means adventurers, and the girl confirms, noticing his confusion and not understanding what the problem is. The hero reminds them they are Knights of the Silver Wolf and asks whether that is true. Iris says it's just a name, and after knocking and apologizing, escorts Volts into the room where the girl greets them warmly. The girl has long ears and a fluffy tail and is dressed provocatively, so Volt looks away, embarrassed and unsure where to look. as she introduces herself as Hortensia Leme Bertolin. She tells him he is at the local branch of the Adventurers Guild and that she is its leader. She says she learned about the situation on the battlefield and thanks him for his help, and Volt replies that no thanks are needed. He says he simply saw the monster attacking him and decided to strike. Hortensia offers to sit down and tell him everything, assuring him he has nothing to worry about. Scales rest on the table. Hortensia explains they recognize lies and then selflessly says she loves her job. The hero is surprised when the scales begin to rattle. From the clock, he notes that she dislikes her job. Iris and Kororu sigh heavily. Hortensia asks him if he understands how they work. Volt agrees and begins to tell his story of how he came to this world, of being the Demon King, and how he defended himself when heroes attacked their castle, while the girl watches the scales tensely. Volt tells them he believes he was killed and reincarnated into this world in a new body. Everyone stares at him in shock. Tonsia insists he's not lying, and Volt confirms it. Suddenly, she presses him sharply to her chest, saying with sympathy that as a child, he probably endured hard trials and, to protect himself, imagined he was the most powerful king. She says the scales can tell when someone is lying, but if a person truly believes what they say, they will not react. She adds that demon kings can only exist in fairy tales, and Volt snorts indignantly. Hortensia says such kings exist only in fairy tales to be defeated, and that the hero has an overactive imagination. Volt is annoyed she does not believe him, and Hortensia warns him he is in danger. Confused, the hero feels that a second chance at life is like winning the lottery. Pointing out that he has no money or clothes, she calls him unemployed, and Volt becomes very angry. Slyly, the girl tells him he must become an adventurer if he wants to keep living in the city. The hero objects strongly to the idea. Hortensia says he will need a guardian in that case, and he replies indignantly that he does not know anyone like that. Iris then volunteers to become his guardian, which horrifies Ranzel and Lutessa. Rosalena objects to Iris's choice and tells her to reconsider, but Iris interrupts, saying she has already made up her mind. Artansia clearly planned this, and even agrees, saying Volt would make a great adventurer. The hero is deeply unhappy about it. Iris reassures him his strength will not be a problem, admits she is fascinated by his power, and wants to fight like that too, leaving the hero very confused. The girls call Iris to dinner, and the hero wants to learn more about her. He cannot understand why she, who seems to hold a high social position, is working as an adventurer, and the information he got from the dragon is insufficient, so he must investigate the city to learn more. A bald man in uniform draws attention and shouts that on their first day they will throw stones. At school, the hero watches the other students and thinks it will be very easy. While the hero insists he must finish school to become an adventurer and earn money, a man walks among the students and shouts that everyone must learn to throw stones or they will come back and bite them. Volt agrees with the man, calls the scarecrow pathetic, and hurls a stone at him with all his might. His throw hits with explosive force, destroying the scarecrow and the wall behind it, and the hero stares at the blast in puzzlement while the man and the other students look at him in surprise. He calls the meteor he throws Armageddon, a top-level black magic spell. Students whisper that it is a legendary spell and that it is strange someone would use it. The ground where the man landed starts to move. Giant red worms burst out from there with a roar. People flee in terror. While everyone flees and speculates that the red worms caused the explosion and are the guild's target, the hero assesses their strength and decides they are clearly weaker than the dragon. He smiles to get the worms' attention. It works, and they squeal as they crawl toward him. He shouts at them, demanding to know where their king is, using the same force that earlier hurled a rock at them and caused an explosion. Worms explode in different places. The hero realizes with satisfaction that he has won. The students whisper that Volt has all the qualities of a hero, and they are surprised he can do all this with one stone, and that he is training with them. Sure of his victory, he turns away from the battlefield and prepares to leave. The King of Hearts rises from the ground behind him with a ring of petal-like growths around his mouth, and Volt freezes while everyone around him screams in horror. Smugly, Volt turns around and says that even though it's a worm, he pays it respect as a fellow worm. The King of Hearts looms over the hero, who answers by challenging him to a fight to the death. Volt charges the worm and calls to Lizarregana. He realizes the king's outer shell is as hard as a diamond. The worm lunges at him with its mouth wide open. Convinced he's right, Val decides to attack the worm from the inside. Leaping into the worm's mouth, he is swallowed. Onlookers at the side shout angrily, believing he has been eaten. At first, they try to save him, but when they see the terrifying monster, they decide to run away. The worm thrashes. People cry out to protect themselves. A wound opens between the worm's scales. The king keeps coming while a hero's hand in a dark glove pushes out of the wound. Then the laughing hero frees himself from the worm's body and says that, in his opinion, the king of worms is not so much to be feared as a beautiful spectacle, and the crowd is amazed that he won without weapons. Soaring above the city, the hero realizes this world is essentially the same as his, and with each birth and death, a step is taken toward the future. This, he says, makes the world worth ruling, and it inspires him to resolve that if he fails the first time, he will succeed the second. He lands, fully confident this world will be his. A man runs up to him and shouts that it was magnificent. He studies the hero with admiring eyes and praises him. Asking his name, he gets an awkward reply from Volt. The man draws everyone's attention to him. The man points at the hero and tells the group that Volt is not yet qualified to be an adventurer. Acknowledging this, the man says the hero has defeated all the worms. The crowd cheers, but Volt doesn't understand any of it. Fans swarm Volt, praising him and asking for autographs, while he tries to avoid attention, irritably waving them away. From the window, an old man in a black robe and hat watches him, amazed by his strength, and sits down to learn more, because he does not believe the hero only wants to become an adventurer and suspects his initial assessment is wrong. He says his statistics will be reviewed after he graduates from high school. He presses his seal onto the Royal School's training document for adventurers. The paper announces that the school has awarded Volta Slay the title of Knight Apprentice Level 0. The old man quietly congratulates the hero on graduating as the courtyard continues to shower him with attention. The city center is crowded, and people whisper about a new adventurer who graduated from school on the first day. Volt reportedly defeated the King of Hearts, while Hortensia contentedly sips her drink and feels great. Drunk, the fox is happy that everyone is talking about Volt, and Iris beside her points out that she should drink less. Hortensia reassures her that everything is fine since they're the only ones in the room, and the girl hesitantly tries to object. Gelda says calming the fox is a waste of time, and Iris, in a dramatic tone, calls her cruel. Gelda points out Iris's frivolity, which Hortensia takes as a compliment, and Iris tries to say something else. The fox stops her and says she has incredible news. The valet's stat display reads Level 0, and she is surprised because she has never seen this before. Hortensia laughs at the memory of Volt starting school and graduating on the same day, saying it's unheard of. Volt graduated from high school faster than anyone in history, while Iris herself finished in a month, which Hortensia compares to, noting Iris was only 10 at the time. Iris insists Adventurers must start at level 1 and asks whether a mistake could have been made, and the fox replies no. Retantia initially assumed it was a mistake, but Volt's level was indeed 0. Unsure of his true level, she still believes it's extremely high. When Iris asks about it, the fox says she can't even imagine. Iris remembered walking past students who were talking about the earlier commotion and was surprised to hear them mention Volt and how he had defeated over 100 worms. To her, his unimaginable power seems limitless. She and her tendency point out his skills. Lisa thinks they're glitches. Since he has so many, Iris points out his centering stats are unusual. Lisa says that's the best part. She says it's refreshing to meet someone with such a chaotic attitude. Iris is amazed that Volt's chaos level is 100%, and Tonsia says it's the highest she's seen in any human. She notes that even the most famous tyrants scored no more than 80, and Volt has a perfect 100. Lisa is relieved she lived long enough to see this. Iris warns her not to reveal her real age, and Lisa explains that alignment is complicated, and it is hard to predict what someone will be like. Gelda agrees that the numbers don't lie, but don't always tell the truth. Telling Iris, it reminds her she's on the legal side of the spectrum, and both girls agree they don't know how to feel about that. Iris realizes she is involved at opposite ends of the spectrum, and Gilda says that is why she watches them so much. The fox says she wants to ask Gilda for a mission and asks Gilda to defeat an earth dragon in her dream. But Gilda replies that doing that would not help Iris improve. Lisa is pleased with the answer and says they can't let Volt do whatever he wants. Gelda agrees. Gelda holds out the book and says it is a manuscript. The girls ask what it is. Gelda says this is Brigand's Book of Prophecies, her rival witch. The girl says she gave it away for some reason. Others say the witch is rumored to have died. Gelda suggests it was old age and tells her to look at page 13. Page 13 states that in the year 999 by continental reckoning, in the month of Barbarossa, under the full scarlet moon, the Lord of Demons will open the gates of the world, and the great King of Terror will descend from the heavens. The girl said the prophecy's year matched the current year, and the moon was inexplicably huge when the Volt appeared. Laughing, the fox says that if the prophecy is true, it would make Volt the great King of Terror, like in the fairy tale. Iris remembers Volt claiming he was once a demon king, and although Hortensia doubts it, Iris insists he was telling the truth. The fox confirms the scales are a sacred relic that can detect any lie, and the hero is, in his own mind, convinced he is the demon king. Ortonia calls Volt the most unusual adventurer in recent years. Iris agrees, saying, "You can never predict everything." Lysa looks at her ingratiatingly. Cradling Iris's face in her hands, she licks her cheek. Startled, Iris jumps back, and Ortonia says she has never seen Iris show interest in a man. So Iris accuses the fox of reading too much and explains she only wants to match his strength. Iris admits with admiration that Volt's one-hit win made her heart flutter. Ranzel shouts indignantly that Iris must not forget her situation. She says Iris can't afford to fall in love with an unknown weirdo. Iris insists it's not like that, and Lutessa tries to calm the girl's righteous anger with food, but Ranzel tells her not to interfere. Lutessa scolds the girl for overreacting instead of celebrating her friend's first love. Ranzel says he doesn't want to hear about love from someone who only cares about food. An argument about boyfriends and relationships breaks out while Iris tries to calm things down, and Lisa notices no one is listening, so she turns to the other girls to ask a favor. Gelda is sure it will be pointless. Otania says she has high hopes for their group, and so feels she can count on their help. Wearing a sweet smile, she asks them to let Volt join their squad. Ranzel protests angrily that it will not happen because they do not accept men. Voicing fear, that Iris may be trapped in Volt's web, she dismisses Iris's denials and Tanya's sighs and realizes she must decide what to do about Volt. Once Volt gets an adventurer's license, she will find out everything. Volt wakes in a shabby, dusty room where cobwebs hang in the corners. At first, he doesn't know where he is. Then, he remembers the awful hotel room, goes to the window, and notices that despite everything, he slept well. He had thought he was dead, but he was wrong. And now, looking at the crowded street, he is sure his life is just beginning. A knock at the door makes Volt freeze, and a voice asks whether he is still asleep. At the sound of a woman's voice, he automatically remembers all the trouble women have caused him. He remembers women coming to his bedroom with different intentions. He asks nervously who is at his door. They tell him they came from the guild. When he opens the door, a fair-haired girl with neatly styled hair stands on the threshold, introduces herself as Elsie Nova, and says she works with several adventuring units and will handle his affairs. She says she's usually in the guild's reception area and can be approached for help, and Walter realizes this and compares her to the housekeeper. Elsie doesn't understand and repeats that it's her duty to help him with his questions. Volt hesitantly agrees. Volt regrets getting himself into this and sighs deeply. Elsie points out that Volt already has a reputation in the guild, a glowing letter of recommendation, and a guardian named Ross Weiser. The hero is not very happy about this. Elsie says Volt could be a real knight, but the hero insists he should give orders instead of taking them, and when she suggests he wants to be a military strategist, Volt says that's not quite right. Speaking warmly, she says Weld would make a great adventurer. Another woman, embarrassed, agrees that everything is already decided, and the first praises his fighting spirit. Awkwardly, she tells Volt to put on some clothes. He realizes with horror that he is standing in front of her in his underwear. He asks why she did not tell him earlier, and she mistakes it for an ethnic custom or a joke. Confident, he tells her everything is fine and expects her to dress him like a servant. After she helps him get dressed, he, wearing a shirt and vest, praises her work. Not understanding the hero's true behavior, Elsie laughs and says, Volt likes being cared for, then pokes his nose with her finger and warns him not to make a habit of depending on her help. Winking, she tells him to get dressed now, leaving the hero very embarrassed. Volt hides, saying everything is wrong and he doesn't want to be cared for, and Elsie says he looks very cute. Volt walks through the city center, checking his adventurer's license. He can hardly believe he's an adventurer now, thinking it's the only way in this world to earn money without turning to crime, then reminds himself that as the Demon King, the laws do not apply to him. For now, he rejects this path. They call to him from behind. A beautiful girl, wearing a tail decoration, hands him a flower. He takes the flower in his hands, calls it beautiful, and the girl thanks him. The girl says, one flower costs 10 leons. The hero reaches for his wallet, and when he finds he is broke, he apologizes to her and says he has never been to the city as dark figures approach them. Someone shoves the girl so hard that she falls to the ground. All the flowers scatter as the unknown figure crushes them under his boot. Volt watches with displeasure. The stranger's reptilian jaw curves into a grin. They are two armored lizards. One leans over the girl with its mouth open, taunting her as the friendly elf Rika and mocking her new job as good. The girl cries with resentment, and the lizard keeps mocking her, saying she finally found a job that suits her and should stop using black magic because it shames the guild. Another lizard stops him. He sneers that if anyone is caught talking to her, their reputation will be ruined. Then they prepare to leave, shouting that she must never show her face in the guild again. Volt shouts stupid lizards at them, and they turn around unsure who dared to say it. Repeating his words, the hero is met with furious stares. A lizard runs up to him, looks down, and shouts that he shouldn't call them stupid lizards because lizard men are as smart as everyone else, and the hero just laughs. Indignant, the lizard asks what he found funny, and the hero replies that it's a pointless conversation. Finding it has no effect on the first lizard, the hero casts the spell on the second. The first screams, unable to understand what was done to his brother. The second, cute-faced lizard, starts to pounce on the first, calls him a cute nickname, and tells him to run away. The hero says his hand slipped because he meant to make the lizard a chicken, but a gender change effect may have occurred. The first lizard is outraged by his words. The bewitched lizard covers his companion with kisses and says he likes him while the hero watches in shock. The second lizard shouts that the hero has ruined his life, and the hero replies that the spell will wear off in a month, but makes no promises. The hero says it's just a status effect and might be able to fix it with magic. The lizard runs off with his companion, yelling that he's not finished with the hero and will heal him first. Onlookers are puzzled, since these brothers are well-known and respected adventurers. The girl jumps up and thanks the hero. The hero says no thanks are needed and gives him the whole flower. Yask asks if she is an adventurer, and she nods nervously. Smiling, he says he's pleased to meet such an adventurer and urges her to keep working hard. She watches him leave, amazed by his skill, then remembers she's late. Bertolon gets a call from Wartanzia asking Rika to be at the branch at 9 o'clock. Elsie greets her in the hall. Rika hands over the letter, and Elsie reads it, visibly surprised. She notes that Rika, though troublesome, hasn't caused any problems recently. Elsie wonders what it all means, and says she'll take Rika to the office. A hesitant girl enters, and Tensia greets her warmly. Lisa waves sweetly at Rika and says she wants to ask her for a favor. Tanya says she will give her a task she cannot refuse. Lisa threatens to revoke the girl's adventurer's license if she refuses, and the girl, frightened, pleads with her not to. Hortensia reassures the elf that she will enjoy the quest, tells him an adventurer was registered the day before, asks Rika if she knows who it is, and the elf says she has heard rumors. The fox says his name is Evolt, and admits that because of the circumstances, she doesn't know much about him. All she can say is that he is incredibly strong, and that if he wants to, he can destroy the whole country and the whole world. Rika clutches her face in horror and says it is frightening. Hortensia puts on a friendly act and asks her to watch the vault. Ricky is left speechless from shock. Rika screams in fear that this is completely impossible, and Hortensia tries to calm her by saying the vault is unlikely to destroy the whole world, and that it's just an expression. Lisa casually asks Rika how much money she has. Hortensia repeats the question, and the elf, sweating, cannot answer. She holds up her wallet and says it has 13 rions. Rika covers her face in disgust as Hortensia laughs and says that with that money, she can only afford bean pastries. Rika reminds the elf of the time she ran out of money on Business Street and crawled on the floor looking for dropped change, then indignantly asks how the fox could know that. Hortensia presses her by reminding her she has 11 blood and asking what she thinks of such behavior. Leaning over the girl, she asks her to quit being an adventurer. Ricky's eyes widen. Hortensia suggests she look for a job in the entertainment district, and Rika replies eagerly, tears in her eyes, that being an adventurer is her dream, and she does not want to do anything else. She has always admired a black magician character from a children's book. Her mother supports her wish even though she is very ill. Rika says her father left on a journey and never came back. Tears fall as she says she needs to earn money to support herself and send it to her mother for treatment. Or, tense and uneasy, she calls her a very timid but stubborn cat. She points out that this will make Ricky even more likely to accept her request and shows her a valuable coin. Rika stares in amazement at the coin the fox holds between his fingers. She knows it will let her pay all the bills and debts and send money to her sick mother. Tensia asks if she agrees. Rika still feels unsure. Lisa says there is no need to be tense. The quest being offered is top secret, but Lisa thinks an elf would be right for the job. Humans and comrades are no good, she says, and if it were Rika, no one would find it suspicious because she's so simple. She points out that people will be kind to her because of her build. Rika is sure the two are unrelated, and Hortensia says they are related, but in the end, she says Rika is the right person for the job. Under pressure, the elf silently apologizes to Volt. Despite everything, she still wants to be an adventurer and agrees to the offer, saying she will accept the quest. And the fox tosses her a coin, calling her wise for her decision. As she reaches out to catch the coin, it bounces back toward Hortensia. Rick tentatively assumes it is gravity magic. Through tears, she says the fox is too cruel and cannot understand why it enjoys teasing her so much. Lisa playfully presses Rika and confirms that her crying face is the best. Or have Tonziattle's Rika contact Volt first, using her own methods, and schedule the next meeting in 3 days. 3 days later, Elsie goes to the vault and keeps knocking on his door, asking him to open it. He starts by asking what the fuss is about. He wonders why there's so much attention early in the morning, and the girl asks him how he feels. He says he's fine, surprised she came just to ask about it, and glad he got dressed on time, while the girl replies with understanding. At first, she is relieved he's okay, then she changes tone and tells him it's been 3 days since they last saw each other. She tells him his license was issued 3 days ago, but he has accepted no assignments, and he replies she is exaggerating and that it will take him a long time to explain. She asks him to explain why. In the past, he had to do backbreaking work with no days off, but in this world, everything is different. In this world, nobody complains about the lives they lead. He figured out the right way to explain everything to her while she waited for an answer. Confidently, he says the guild pays for everything, and even the insects he scared off are gone. Because of this, he doesn't need to start working. And even the things in the room that used to annoy him are gone. So he's gotten used to it. Elsie screams that at this rate he will become a useless person. Offended by being called useless, he bristles. The girl scolds him, saying the guild's support has limits and he cannot live like this forever. She warns that if he does not have enough pluses, his license could be taken away, which surprises him. Deciding they must go to the guild immediately, her pressure makes the hero lose his head. She says warmly that she'll make Volt a true adventurer. The hero is unhappy with this fate. Pulling him down the hallway toward the exit, she promises to teach him gently as he tries to refuse. They arrive at the guild building, where only a few people sit at tables eating. Veiled looks at the notice board and sees no quests worth doing. Elsie says that because adventurers start early, the most favorable quests are already taken by then. This is especially true for those struggling to survive. The girl says the harder the task, the more it pays. Volt asks if anything can help them earn money quickly. She scolds him and says he should not do that. Despite everything, she tells him he is still a newbie and should take suitable tasks to get a feel for the job, and offers him one. He looks over the task and, clearly displeased, asks her if mushroom hunting is suitable for someone like him. She tells him this is the path every newcomer follows, and his belief that he is the strongest will bring him nothing but destruction. Volt isn't convinced, but appreciates her attempt to persuade him, so he sets off on the mission. Elsie quickly apprehends him. She reminds him about the equipment, but he says he didn't need it in the last 2 battles and expects no problems. His words almost sway her, but Rika falls down the stairs at their feet. Worried, Elsie asks if Rika is okay. Volt says, "Hello, Rika," Rika looks rumpled, sits up, and says she's okay. She recognizes him as the man who helped her and thanks him again. He seems surprised they know each other. Volt says he only lent a hand. Rika, a first-tier black mage, introduces herself as Henrika Estolandol, and when Volt points out her nickname, she thanks him again. He gives his full name, says she can call him Volt, and Rika recognizes the name as linked to her mission. Volt notices she has gone pale and, surprised, asks how she is feeling. Trying to act like everything is fine, she complains about meeting him so early. Elsie turns to Rika. She asks Rika to help Volt with the beginner's quest. Elsie suggests that since Rika is an elf, her experience gathering medicinal plants could help assess mushrooms. Volt doesn't understand Elsie's intentions. Rika shyly says she is a half-elf. Worried, Elsie suggests Rika might be busy, and Rika denies it. Rika is very happy with the current situation, but Volt is not, so she hesitantly asks if he is happy with someone like her. Elsie assures him Rika is a dependable adventurer, so he accepts her into his crew. The girl asks them not to say that, then turns to Rika and asks her not to use magic. Rika nods awkwardly. Volt asks again whether she is a black mage, but Elsie brushes it off, saying it's just between them. The hero feels uneasy about this. Rika asks, in a devastating tone, whether a mage with no hope or magic has any reason to exist. Elsie looks at her, worried. To cheer the girl, she points out that Ricky still has good qualities without this. Elsie compliments her cuteness and style, and Rika is annoyed that the praise ignores her job as an adventurer. Elsie says she became a dancer, but the other girl has stage fright. Volt thinks the two girls are complete opposites. Nearby, a group of people are happily celebrating after surrounding and beating up a goblin. With shaved temples, the boy turns his attention to Rika, recognizing her as the friendly fire elf, the mocking name they give her. He says he still can't believe Rika is an adventurer and admits his mood has only grown worse. The others mock Rika as she hangs her head and holds back tears, saying her guilt should count as a hunting quest. Elsie watches with regret. Volt believes she is now on his team. Volt casts a spell on them. The glass shatters and they scream in fear. Volt treats an insult to a man he sees as his subordinate as an insult to himself. Those around him cannot understand why the glass broke. Volt, grinning and in a warning tone, says someone must have thrown a stone through the window. The man with shaved temples shouts that they are in the capital and asks about the vault. They huddle together, straining. Volt thinks about how to teach them a lesson. Elsie asks if anyone is hurt and is told everyone is fine except for splinters on the floor. The group of hooligans leaves. Filled with gratitude, Rika looks at him while Elsie turns to him with reproach. She asks whether he broke the glass, and he answers proudly that he did. Walt expects her to praise him, but Elsie is not in the mood. Accusingly, she tells him she will charge him for the repairs next time and that she must clean everything up quickly. Rika and Volt prepare to leave before Elsie returns. Ricky's stomach growls loudly, and she sheepishly admits she hasn't eaten since last night. Volt says he hasn't had breakfast either, and you can't fight on an empty stomach. In the forest, Volt is eating a sandwich, while Rika asks him what happened in the business district. She is surprised he asked to transfer the payment to the guild. The hero says Elsie let him get support from the guild until he can earn money on his own, and he is interested in the forest. Olmi Forest serves as a tourist destination and a welcoming place for beginners. Volt says the road proves many adventurers pass this way, and the forest feels too calm. Frightened monsters peer at them from the bushes, which makes Rika nervous. Soothing her, he says that since she is under his command, she can stay calm. He plans to add a forest essay to Lizara Gaina and asks whether the local vegetation feeds on people and animals. She can't follow his point. He explains the plants are normal for the forest. He uses the example of a tree that can swallow a person whole, which scares Rika and makes her wonder what kind of world would have such a fairy tale. Volt says this is his home world and he knows it well. The girl screams, afraid and saying she did not mean to hurt him. He tells her it's fine. Rika watches him doubtfully, convinced he's not normal. She points out that even monsters avoid him. The hero turns to her and asks her to look. On the shore of a lake, they see an island with a spreading tree, and Volt admires the scene and calls it picturesque. Rika says this is Lake Arna, a popular tourist spot. As requested, this island is the gathering place because an angel tree stands here with the sage spirit mushroom growing nearby. She offers him the boat, but Volt says it's not needed and calls Rika over to him. Expecting to swim, she is instead lifted into his arms. Embarrassed but pleased, Rika is carried like a princess, as Volt warns her to be careful. Volt launches from the ground and soars high above the lake. Landing on the island, he puts a disheveled Rickard on the ground. The girl collapses to the ground every week. Volt asks if everything is okay. She answers wearily that she's stunned. He says it's excellent and suggests they look for the mushroom's location. Suddenly, large armored beetles burst out of the ground behind them. Rika can't understand why the tree has monsters and assumes they all fled the vault to this island, now attacking out of helplessness. She fears that if there are so many monsters, not even Volt will be able to handle them. She casts a spell, praying to the flame god Ignica and pressing her hands to the ground, where a pattern appears. Volt reaches out to the elf, but she is already finishing her spell, her hand raised as she asks the god to save her. Her fireball spell launches a sphere of flame that strikes the enemy. Flames erupt everywhere, and she realizes with horror that she has broken her promise to Elsie not to use magic. She calls loudly for Volt, who was at the spot where her attack struck. Blessed with abundant mana from the start, Rika admired black mages and their books and did everything to be like them and achieve her dream. Then a moment came when she stared at her flame with tears in her eyes while people screamed around her. They were the pained groans of comrades she had struck with friendly fire during the mission. Tension turned all her attacks into wide-area spells, and it was easy to picture what would happen if she panicked in front of an unexpectedly strong enemy. None of her comrades died that day, and without her attack, the enemy might have routed them. The mission would have been a success if only the result mattered, but by hurting the people who trusted her, she sparked their hatred, and they ironically nicknamed her the Friendly Elf. Since then, rumors about Rika spread. Whenever the past returns, she falls to the ground, clutching the earth and crying as she begs endlessly for forgiveness. Grieving for hurting an ally again, she convinces herself she should never have become a black mage. Rika cries, regretting that she dragged Volt into this, and the hero appears beside her, covered in ash, confused as he asks what happened. She recoils from him, thinking he is a ghost. He tells her he is not dead. Bowing, the girl strikes her head on the ground and begs forgiveness, saying she is not fit to be a black magician, and Volt tells her she is wrong. Volt dusts herself off and says the people who hate her, herself included, are wrong, and her attacks can't even be called friendly fire. He explains that friendly fire would mean she killed 30 of her soldiers with a direct hit. The hero says he will give a real-life example. He admits he accidentally tore off his father's right arm. Rika jumps up, surprised. He reassures her that her father's arm grew back immediately. She thinks he may be trying to cheer her up and doesn't fully believe him. Volt grins and says her magic doesn't hurt or itch. The hero says, pleased, that her mana is stronger than a normal human's and that with training she could destroy an elite army with a single strike. Rika screams in disbelief. Volt says she still has plenty of room to grow, that it depends only on her, and that she could even become the Emperor's court mage. Rika doesn't understand any of it, but is relieved Volt is okay and hands him a handkerchief. Volt takes a handkerchief and wipes himself because he is quite dirty, then stares at the black cloth with doubt, thinking anyone else in his place would probably be dead, and Rika screams shrilly. They watch Enzel's tree burn. Volt skeptically says even the divine tree couldn't survive such an attack. Rika clutches her face in fear, unsure what to do. Rika starts to cry and sob, saying that even though they weren't together long, she's glad they met and thanks him for his support. Volt asks why she is crying. She tells him burning the tree is a serious crime that will get her the death sentence. She says sadly that as an elf and protector of the forest, she committed that sin, and now her whole family may die, and Volt tries to cheer her, asking why she has not thought of a solution. The girl screams, unsure what to do. Volt suggests staying quiet and running. Rika points out the guild already knows where she is, and the hero says the only option left is execution. The hero tells the girl to take her mother when she escapes. The girl says she'd rather surrender and ask for mercy for her parent. Volt calls that stupid, and she shouts that it's her nature. He starts to say he means no ill will, just as the burnt tree falls, and Rika shouts a warning. Volt says he has no ill will toward the fools and turns around just as the tree flies toward him. The hero steadies the trunk with one hand to avoid being crushed, saying it's nothing. Volt's focus on something. A small blonde, winged girl falls unconscious from the charred tree trunk. Rika says she is the spirit of the divine tree. Volt catches her and squeezes her with his other hand. Rika is astonished and cannot understand how a human can see and touch a spirit. The little girl comes along. Rika angrily tells Volt he treats her like an insect. Volt brushes her off and asks the spirit to return to the tree, but the spirit says she cannot. The tree was burned by hellfire, so she cannot go back, and she mourns the gravity of the act, saying it's a sign the world is ending and a war has begun at the world's edge. And Volt immediately asks what needs to be done to help. She says she needs the mana of 100 elves. Rika panics, and Volt thinks Lysarek's knowledge gainer, encyclopedias from another world, would be very useful. The hero says if mana is all that's needed, he is ready to give whatever amount is required. She roughly repeats that one person's mana is not enough, but Volt interrupts her, saying he is not an ordinary person, and ordering her to take it and thank him. He starts to pour mana into the tree through his hands, wishing the spirit a pleasant meal. The spirit feels a strong, pleasant surge of power, unable to tell what in the man is the source of this mana. She notes the mana is coarse and potent, but it fills the tree thoroughly. Volt notes with interest that the tree is now drawing mana on its own. The spirit lifts off happily. The tree blooms more brilliantly than before, and Rika watches in amazement, unable to understand how it happened. A joyful spirit proclaims that the sacred tree has been reborn. Volt exhales wearily, asks the spirit how she feels, and the spirit replies that she will live much longer now. She says she will live for another 10 to 100,000 years, and presents him with a branch bearing an apple-like fruit in gratitude. Rika is amazed when she recognizes the fruit. Volt asks her about it, clearly interested. The girl explains it's a legendary class item that appears only once every 1,000 years, and the hero says that because it's a tribute to him, he won't hold back. Volt wants to pick the fruit, but weakens mid-sentence and begins to fall. Rika catches him as the hero falls unconscious in her arms and calls his name, worried. The spirit says he gave away so much mana he passed out, and she suggests they rest under a tree. Softly, the girl whispers to Volt that he should rest because he deserves it. Slowly, the hero opens his eyes. Lying on Rika's lap, he realizes where he is. Rika notices he's awake and asks how he feels. He admits he's not in great shape, but says it's not a problem. She tells him to rest a little more. Walt says he'd rather eat than rest. The man offers to pick mushrooms. The woman agrees, and he finds one that looks tasty. Rika awkwardly says it's poisonous. All the mushrooms he shows her after that are also poisonous. The elf explains that many poisonous mushrooms look and smell tempting. Volt agrees and thanks Rika for saving his life by stopping him from eating a poisonous one. The girl denies it and shifts the subject to repaying him for the clothes, but Volt says it's fine because they were free, and she keeps insisting until he interrupts and tells her she needs to eat something. Volt recalls the spirit's gift, picks the fruit from the tree, and says it looks delicious. She warns him the item is very rare and urges him to take it to an antique shop. Volt replies they cannot afford to waste the spirit. The hero decides that no matter how expensive it is, it's still a fruit and shouldn't be left to rot. He highlights the island's stunning view and notes you can eat a delicacy picked straight from the tree while you watch. The boy says it is elegant to enjoy a meal like this, and Rika thinks he sounds like royalty. Sensing his mood, Rika offers him an apple and Volt, surprised, says he will share. The girl hesitates at first, but Volt gives it to her to cut into 2 pieces, and she stares at the fruit in awe, hardly believing it and feeling honored to taste it. At last, she agrees, takes out a penknife, and starts cutting the apple in half. The girl gives Volt his piece. The hero praises her and lifts the fruit to his mouth to bite, and Rico watches as if it were a historic moment. Volt says it is hard to eat with people staring at him like that. He suggests they eat together on the count of 3. When they reach 3, they bite into their halves. Together, they savor the fruit's delicious taste, and you feel so good you seem to be floating. Their eyes sparkle with pleasure. Still chewing the fruit, they continue. Rika begins to cry from overwhelming emotion. Tears of happiness run down her face as she says in an unfamiliar language that she is glad to be alive. Volt asks about it, and she tells him to forget what he heard, explaining it is her family's dialect. Volt believes she no longer needs to hide him. He turns to her again and says he will stay an adventurer. Holding out his hand, he smiles and invites her to be his servant. She asks him again, and he confirms he wants her to join him. Tears flow harder as she stares at the Volt with wide eyes. She starts to cry, and Volt, puzzled, asks why. Sniffling, she smiles and says it's the first time anyone has ever said something like that to her, and she is very happy. Volt points out that she's making too much of it. He reassures her that her black magic did not harm him. Volta assures her they will free her from the oppressive nickname and vows they will spare no effort. They shake hands joyfully. Rika, thank you again. At the northeastern tip of the Kingdom of Lagaro, on the Valdana mountain range, snow covers the stony hills. Inside a small wooden house beneath a cliff, a girl says she senses a great power around Eliath and believes her mother's prediction was right. A girl stands by the table in a slightly hazy house. She says the prophecies were written about the great Lord of Demons, and if they are true, she must verify them. A small, stone-like creature with an eye patch and ram's horns speaks to the girl, calls her Dasha, and asks whether she will go to the capital, while the girl admits she hates crowds. Casting a powerful spell, she sends everything around her flying apart, and with a sly smile says this trip will be worth it. Volt is lying on his bed in his room, bored. Elsie insisted he rest for at least a week after spending a lot of mana, so he killed time on Desarek Gaina until he grew bored and an idea came to him. Deciding to go to the city, he jumps from the window to the ground, startling the cat, then moves quietly because he must not be discovered. Being able to get ready quickly pleases him, unlike in his previous world, where his robes made it take several hours. Climbing the hill, he takes in the beautiful view of the city and the main castle. Volt hopes to own a castle one day and paint its walls black. His stomach rumbles as he realizes he hasn't had breakfast, so he checks his wallet and finds the amount small after splitting the reward with Rika. On a crowded street, he eats a sandwich and thinks about armor. Elsie keeps saying this, so he counts his money to think it over. After breakfast, he has 2,000 riani left. He knows that amount won't buy new armor and refuses to take it from the guild. The boy considers armor that can resist Rika's dark magic and thinks it might be easier to just get new clothes after each mission. He thinks he must curb Ricky's habit of creating sudden explosions, effects of which he felt firsthand. Volt walks down the street, thinking practical training would suit Rick better and that he can only improve through repetition. The hero believes Rika will be very useful if she grows up to be a black mage. He thinks it's for her own good. The hero looks around and realizes he's wandered onto an unfamiliar street. As the hero prepares to head back to the main street, a cry warns him of danger. A scream from above. He stares in shock as a girl in a fluffy white dress somersaults out of the window, and Volt instinctively reaches out his hands. She lands squarely in his arms. The girl calls him by name and is surprised they met in this place. Volt does not recognize her. The guy puts her down and asks how she knows his name, and she is amazed he did not recognize her and lets go of her hair as understanding flashes in the hero's eyes. Her hair falls loose down her back, and the hero finally recognizes her as Iris. Volt usually notices things like that, she says. He admits he only remembers her as an adventurer. The girl says she is certain he graduated from school on the first day and asks whether he has started his assignments. The hero answers yes. Sounds come from down the street. Volt wonders if a battle is happening. Iris hesitates and says it's not, and he notices from her downcast expression that something is wrong. The girl wants to ask him something, and Volt says he owes her for becoming his guardian, so he'll agree regardless. Iris studies the hero closely and asks him to be her kidnapper. Volt recoils at the request as armored men step out behind them and shout at the boy to back away from Iris. He turns to them, displeased. They shout that he is not the person the girl should talk to and that they will show no mercy if the hero resists. Volt asks the girl who these people are. Her expression darkened as she says these people are bad and are trying to catch her. Volt says the soldier's hubbub annoys him, takes Iris's hand, and tells her he will kidnap her. Iris looks back gratefully. Volt scoops Iris into his arms and runs as soldiers shout and try to catch up. The heroes spot a group of soldiers ahead, and a worried Iris warns Volt, who calms her and tells her to hold on tight. A man pushes off the ground and jumps high, soaring over the soldiers. The onlookers stare at him in disbelief, unable to accept that he is an ordinary man. The order arrives to capture the heroes anyway. Volt tries to blend into the crowd. Volt notices the girl's distinctive outfit and suggests swapping the dress for something less noticeable by slipping into a nearby store. Iris admits awkwardly that she doesn't have her wallet, and the hero offers to help pay. He's unsure if 2,000 ryans will be enough because he doesn't know how much women's clothes cost. They keep running until a neatly dressed girl in a hat sees them, recognizes the girl in Volt's arms as Iris and calls her by name. Iris gives the girl a questioning look. Volt pauses and sets her down. The girl says Iris is rarely seen with a man. Volt suggests the girl is a stalker. Ares assures him she is her friend, and the girl introduces herself as Sheeran. Volt realizes the girls are very close. The group huddles in the corner. Volt stands with his back to the entrance, guarding it, while the girls work behind him, and he urges Iris to move, warning that soldiers may arrive soon, but she asks him to wait. The fact that Iris remembers the map of the capital and knows places where no one ever goes does not reassure him. She was the one who led them into this narrow street. She suggested swapping clothes with Shironi, which is why they ended up here. Volt can't believe Iris thinks changing clothes will change how she looks. While the girls change, Iris says the man was surprised to learn that Sharon is the heir to the Demon King's castle. Sharon says this is the first time anyone has shown that much interest in the bar's name. Volt looks taken aback, his thoughts elsewhere. Sharon says she never would have guessed he was the promising newcomer. The girls compliment each other's looks and joke among themselves. Weld feels embarrassed, realizing he can hear everything they say. The guy nervously asks if Iris has finished changing. Volt turns and sees Sharon, staring in shock, while Iris's dress is a little tight across the chest, and she says she expected it to look strange. Embarrassed, the man mumbles. Iris apologizes and gives her a coat. Chiron says, "It's okay, understanding the situation." She feels better after putting it on. Sharon departs, leaving Volt and Iris alone to work out a further plan of action. It's doubtful he wants to know about her situation. He asks if she wants him to ask, and she says no while clutching the hem of her dress. Placing his hand on her head, he reassures her she does not have to tell everything until she is ready. Iris smiles and thanks him, and he, embarrassed, says it's not necessary. Iris asks why he came to town. Volt says he wants to visit the armor shop. The girl offers to take him to the shop she always visits. She takes his hand, smiles, and pulls him to the right. Volt follows willingly. They arrive at a shop called Dragon God Scales. Volt says he has very little money. The girl says the inspection is free. Entering, Iris greets the owner, Domon, a solidly built older man with short hair and a beard, who welcomes the heroes and then recognizes her as Iris. He is surprised the girl came with a boy. Iris explains she is acting as his guardian and introduces Volt to the man as a new adventurer. Dominique hears a familiar name and remembers the whole town talking about that newcomer who defeated the dragon. Iris says Volt wants to see the armor. Doman asks how much money he has with him. The man says he has 2,000 Ryan. The owner grins and says that at that price, he can only offer old gloves. The protagonist makes clear he does not buy useless items and asks whether the merchant has anything that protects against magic. The merchant asks whether he heard the words correctly to gain protection against magic. After hearing the conversation, Iris decides to move closer to the men. She wants to know why the man needed protection from magic. The protagonist explains that there is a single reason after all. He would like to share this thought. He asks whether the girl knows Henrica Estolandel because the man immediately thought of the elf. I suggest again that Volt wants to work with the elf, but the guy doesn't want to jump to conclusions and isn't sure he can do it. The girl realizes the man wants to protect himself more from magic than from weapons, and she gets a positive response. Iris asks to approach the main character, and she is met with a puzzled look and the question why. She hugs him, making him very embarrassed, and gently touches his skin. The main character blushed and gave a loud scream as he tried to understand what the girl was doing, and even the seller covered his red face in embarrassment, making the scene awkward for the guy. Iris suggests something is wrong inside Volt's body. The man does not understand her. After asking what is unusual about his body, he is told a thin layer of magical energy under his skin may explain his strength. Volt didn't even know about his abilities. Iris only suggests they are most likely innate. The girl decides to help and asks him to imagine his clothes are his skin so he can expand his protective barrier. Volt doubts himself and is sure he will fail. Iris supports him because he will not know his abilities until he tries, and he insists on trying right here and right now. So the man gives her a disapproving look. Still, he focuses on his feelings and imagines the clothes are his skin, as the girl advised. He feels he has found the right wave and senses a strange threat around his body. Volt discovered his magical protective layer. All that remained was to stretch it over his whole body. While the man gets ready, Iris checks the weapons, and the seller says he only sells armor, but he finds one sword and, worried the owner might return, gives it to her. Putting that thought aside, he asks the girl to let him demonstrate his skill, and she readily agrees, drawing the sword. With a stern face, Iris swung her sword hard, aiming directly at Val's hand. The sword struck his hand and shattered into several thousand pieces, ringing loudly. One piece of the sword remained in the ceiling, and all three are delighted with Val's new protective layer because he is no longer in any danger. The merchant asks who will pay for the sword now and gives the couple a displeased look. The former owner owes Iris for storing the sword, and if the merchant meets him, he will return it. The man is surprised that someone owes Iris money for storage. Volt and the girl awkwardly hint they will pay back the sword's cost, but not anytime soon. The merchant sighs in disappointment beneath the two pleading glances. He quickly drives the couple into the street, putting as much distance between them and himself as he can. Both leave the building quickly because Volt now has his own force field and doesn't need to take anything else here. I think it's wrong to leave without paying, but out of respect for Volt, the merchant didn't insist on payment. The man says Dolman is a solid, stern merchant who knows his business. She suggests they visit a gun shop she knows. Iris says she goes there often and that the sword she sent to be sharpened should be ready, and Volt agrees. She grabbed his hand and pulled him toward the bench so quickly he nearly stumbled from her force. While the couple runs, Rika spots them in the crowd. She can't understand why Volt is with Iris now. All persistent words that time is moving on and he has probably found a new companion. The girl is lost in the thought that Volt and Iris are now happy together. The girl realizes she is very jealous. Her fists pound her head as she tries to convince herself Iris is just accompanying him. Still, he grasps one bright idea. One day, Rika and Vat will become the greatest magicians and fight side by side. Deciding it was time to calm down, she couldn't hold back and ran after them. The group arrived at a small, cozy weapons shop called Song of the God of War. Volt asks Iris if this is truly her favorite shop, and she answers yes. A man is surprised at how big the shop is. The couple receives a polite greeting. A cat-eared girl recognizes Iris and tries to figure out what kind of masquerade she's hosting. A girl next to her friend loudly reacts to the guy, since she has never seen him before. The girl with cat ears says she is envious. Iris only turns to Corinne to calm her down. The girl introduces Volt as a newcomer and says she is helping him settle in. Corinne assumes he is her friend's boyfriend. The girl with large ears, because the couple only brings losses. Karen says plainly that Volt is very cute and will go far. The girl notes there are many rumors about the guy, then sets that aside and asks Iris what she is looking for here. Corinne gives her friend the already sharpened sword and tells her it will serve her for a long time. Paris thanks your friend and asks to leave the bill for the favor she is grateful for. Karen checks whether Volt needs anything. When she asks about his past weapons, the man says he fought with a sword. The kitty offers the man a fairly wide blade she says is suitable for both beginners and experienced warriors. Karen jokes that the sword matches the width of her soul. Iris noticed the girl refused to sell Seamus's blades, saying she wanted nothing to do with them. Corinne jokes that selling them would be very profitable. Corinne says the most important thing is that the swords are light and feel comfortable in your hand. The moment Volt grasped the sword, it shattered into 1,000 pieces, sending the cat into a panic. The man suspects it's fake, and Corinne trembles because her sword snapped like a reed. Iris complains about the title of the largest forge. The cat answers her taunt and asks what happened, but Iris herself does not know and believes the matter is in Volta. Iris asks if he suddenly lost control of his power, and Volt isn't sure. The girl suggests taking another sword. The man agrees and picks up another sword. The sword breaks in his hands again, and Current panics because her swords break so easily. The cat faints, and Iris tries to catch her friend. Corinna is sad because her swords are broken and her shop is ruined. Meanwhile, Iris learns from Volt which sword he used before. The girl does not believe that every sword could withstand his power. Volt says he once had a sword made from a rare mineral called Devil's Stone, but he is unsure whether it exists in this world. Corinne fears losing 2 masterpieces from her store, her eyes wide with worry. Volt says they need a special mineral that reacts oddly to magic, and I've always thought about it. The girl believes an oriental scimitar would be suitable. Corinne praises the girl warmly for such a smart idea, mentions she had thought of the sword too, and that Volt learned what such a sword is called in this world. Iris tells me Volt's Devil's Stone is mined in only one mine in the east. The mineral is similar to magic steel. That ore is used for the eastern scimitar. Volt asks Corinne cheerfully if she has that kind of sword. Corinne says no and probably won't have one in her shop. Corinne is unsure because such a sword requires special skills to use, and there may not be any in their area. He said that if one existed, its price would be huge, Volt thought. Iris explains this is all because orders for extracting magical steel are very rare. The man understood. Volt decides he must first secure the order, get the mineral for himself, and then find a craftsman to make the sword. Iris giggles softly, and the man doesn't understand why his comment was funny. The girl says he now thinks like one of them and finds it amusing. Volt insists nothing like that happened, but Corinne interrupts and draws attention with a cough. Purine suggests discussing the 2 swords Volt broke, but the man hesitated. As in the merchant's shop, both indicate they will certainly return the money. Karen snaps, convinced they had rehearsed that line like a play. He adds that Iris, who was always into weapons, suddenly became a sweet girl, and Volt showed interest, but the girl denies everything. Perrin says it's the first time she's seen Iris embarrassed, and she forgives the debt. The cat promises you'll find out about the Eastern Scimitar for Volt, since she's a weapons dealer and very interested in them. The man thanks her and apologizes for the trouble. The gun shop fell silent. People packed the small town's streets, each slowly going about their business. Volt believes that in this crowd, their pursuers cannot find them. Telling Iris the street is crowded, she says it's a holiday, which makes him curious. The girl said today is an important holiday, a day of prayers for the harvest, when the fertility goddess is asked to grant a plentiful crop. Volt felt like everyone was just drinking and having fun, which wasn't surprising. Iris spotted a tempting treat in a shop on the street and quickly ran toward the delicacies. The man sees it for the first time and asks the woman what it is. He looks taken aback, and she is surprised that he has never heard of craps. The food looks like pancakes with a tasty filling and seems delicious, and Volt noted they are easy to eat on the go. Iris is upset that she has no money, and Volt offers to pay for her. The man explains it's a thank you for today's shopping trip, and the woman smiles and thanks him joyfully. Volt takes a small bite of the delicious crepe. Held in his hands, the crepe looks very appetizing. He really liked it. Iris told him this shop has the most delicious crepes, and Volt promised to remember this place. He realizes it's really delicious. She says it's ready, and they sit quietly on a bench, enjoying something sweet in their hands. Volt wants to say his father agrees, but a girl screams that he finally found Miss Iris, and the couple look toward the sound in confusion. With a stern tone, the girl asks why Iris is wearing commoner's clothes, says they have been looking for her for a long time, and her furrowed brows show she is not happy about the situation. Val is confused, and Ranzanula almost orders the woman they respect to stop running away from them. She asks the girl to come home because her father is very worried and cares deeply about her. Val, too, realizes something and turns to Iris, who lowers her eyes and apologizes, embarrassed. Apologizing for not telling you sooner, she looks genuinely sorry. The girl says her father wanted her to live a wealthy life, but Iris always wanted to be a warrior, so she ran away from home. Because of her hard work, she is who she is today. The man doesn't like what he was just told. Volt considers her next move, since this situation requires careful thought. No matter what she chooses, he will always support her. She thanks Volt for the kind words. Iris admits she cannot avoid problems forever, and summons the courage to speak with her father. She will leave home forever if he does not understand her, and she is ready to take that risk. Volga scratches his head, sees what Iris intends, and does not plan to stop her. Joking, he said he could kidnap her again if needed. She giggled and liked the playful idea. She can count on him now. Volt only agrees with the idea because he already did it once and thinks he can do it again. On the rooftops, a girl watches people below as the wind flutters her long dress. Saying she is not wasting time, she watches the witch brigand's daughter looking down on the people from above. The daughter looks very majestic. The girl says there was once a land called Muspelheim, home to fire giants who alone could live there, and they came from mythical realms. The twilight of the gods, also called Ragnarok. Whoever ends up holding the fiery sword will turn the world into an abyss. A sinister smile plays on her lips as she says, "Now it will be fun." The girl Cassus Bell orders the great fire giant Cert to appear. Iris bids farewell to Volt. Going to her father, she regrets leaving but must go. The guards hurry Iris toward her father, who is already waiting. The guy nods, notices something strange, as if the clouds are gathering too heavily over the capital. Something very strange was in the sky, and everything looked unusual. A terrifying, ominous portal that radiates danger. A summoning gate from which a huge monster emerges. People screamed loudly as a huge, dangerous giant descended straight from the sky, and everyone ran in all directions, like little bugs before the majestic monster. Volt, with a calm expression, decides to find out what caused the panic among the people and does not immediately realize how serious the problem is. The man assumes this is part of the celebration and treats it like a performance, but Ranzaluna scolds him harshly and insists this is not a show, it is an emergency. Volt thinks this might not be a performance, while the giant fills himself with dark energy and grows stronger. The monster swings its massive, inhuman leg, clearly intent on destruction and sparing no one, as Iris rushes to help before the giant can strike and people flee in panic. Iris knows she must save those with fear in their eyes as she watches people panic, everyone trying to save themselves, while some pull relatives to safety, and she feels it is her duty to help. There is unrest in the royal capital, and she says it is her job to resolve it. Concerned, Ranzaluna stops her, using the pretext that Iris is unarmed and that it is not proper for a young lady to fight now. The girl asks what would happen if she had a weapon, showing her shiny sword and ready to attack the giant to save the people. Ranzaluna still forbids her from going into battle because she has no armor and refuses to let the girl called Iris go. Lutessa rushes in to the rescue with her faithful pet at her side. The girl reports that a huge creature attacked the city and asks if anyone can identify it. Ranzaluna also knows nothing about the monster and thinks Mrs. Gerda might know. Volt looked up as a ring of dense energy formed above his head, like a portal. The girl, who looked like a witch, fell straight into the man's arms, remaining completely calm, with her arms folded across her chest. It turned out to be the witch Gerda, and now she stood in place, her face showing complete calm even in that situation. Valt believes someone said magic is banned in the city and questions whether it really requires urgent action while someone shouts at Gertet to take his hands off the man. The girl apologized and, saying it would be more comfortable to sit, got down from his arms. Goethe must identify the giant and know exactly what kind of creature it is. The girl says this is the giant Cert, one of the great fire giants who brings destruction and discord. They rank as the highest class of summoned creatures. Lutesa's eyes widen. Summoning such a monster is extremely difficult. The girl says the person who summoned the giant must be caught immediately. Gertrude replies it is useless because the summoner is too strong. This is a top-level spell that only Gerdic can handle, she says. Iris knows they must destroy the giant. Ranzaluna is worried for the girl and reminds her this is no longer just theory for adventurers. She added that the Knight's Guard would arrive. Iris began to protest, but Lutessa quickly said she was on Iris's side. A Volt abruptly interrupts their dialogue. He reminds them that while they argue the giant is destroying the city, they need to act urgently. Iris knows every second counts and tries to plan how to slow it even a little, but Volt interrupts her monologue. He notes her enthusiasm is commendable, but there is one thing. To defeat the giants, they must devise a strategy. Volt realizes he is not especially attached to the royal capital. He is grateful to the many people who live here, who cared for him and bring warm memories of the capital. It's almost his home, but she's most grateful for the delicious food. He's upset that a single monster can do whatever he wants here, where so many kind, caring people live. Volt says he has an idea that will be more useful than their arguments. Determination flashing in his eyes, a wave of intense fire has engulfed the homes of ordinary residents, and if it continues a little longer, they could all burn to the ground. Lutessa shouts to get the giant's attention and warn him that his opponent is standing right in front of him. Mounted on her pet, she fires streams of magic with all her power straight at the creature's legs. The girl realizes magic bullets are useless against the monster. Clenching her jaw, she looks for a new way to fight the giant. Lutessa covers one eye and aims directly at the monster, raising her weapon and pointing it at the giant. The sight was aimed at the joint, but it didn't work. The bullet hit, but quickly melted in the monster's paws. The girl is stunned because her bullet was destroyed instantly, and the monster didn't even notice. Lutessa realizes this trick will no longer work on him and must quickly come up with a new tactic. Iris charges the giant to strike. Her grip tightens on the weapon. Her sword strikes the giant. The moment she touched the giant's leg, lava began covering the sword to melt it. The giant's limbs looked like they are made of lava. She grew overheated from his immense strength. Backing away from the giant, the girl retreated from the attack. Iris didn't even scratch him. A normal sword would have melted by now. The giant must be completely invulnerable. Lutessa shouts to Iris that the creature is really strange, and she jumps down from her earlier hiding place. The girl says it looks like a giant flame, feels covered in armor, and is not affected by physical blows. Lutessa grips Iris by the shoulders and says they must follow Valtz's plan and distract the giant, since that's all they can do now. Iris's eyes light up with determination, her gaze making clear she is ready for battle. Confidently, she walks forward, leading the Tessa behind her. Iris is about to reveal the full power of the White Knight and strikes alongside Schwan and Flugel, and a powerful energy fills the space. Ranzaluna clenches her fists when she sees Iris already in battle and realizes she is too late. blaming herself for failing to help her mistress. Volt stops her monologue and tells her to calm down. After explaining his plan, they agreed to lure the giant and strike back at him. Mulling over the thought that she cannot trust her comrades, Renzaluna clenches her jaw in anger. Volt hears a female voice calling him in his head. Iris only activated her ability briefly. The giant will chase the girl while she keeps him distracted for as long as she can. Iris lures the giant to the right spot to trap him, just as Volt instructed. Poised to strike, he only needs to wait for the giant to be brought into his hands. A giant appeared before the boy and Renzaluna, a massive figure moving forward and destroying everything in his path, intent on destroying everything. A huge monster's claw comes into view as it tries to catch the girls it has been chasing all this time. Iris and Lutessa shout that they have brought the giant right into Volt's hands, and Volt is already there, waiting to begin his plan. He warns Gerda she must act. She heeds his warning. The girl starts casting a spell, calling on the dark god Barossa to answer her and summon a trap for the giant. The gates of Cerberus open, forming a barrier around the giant, and now he cannot escape, having fallen into the hero's hands. Volt praises Gerda as a beautiful little witch. The giant is trapped and will not be able to get out for some time. Renzaluna, Iris, and Lutessa stand ready to fight and watch the giant trapped inside a strong barrier with confident expressions. Volt kept insisting the giant's performance was already over. The monster readied itself for battle. The monster screams loudly, sounding like a summoning spell. The team notices and focuses on the salamander the giant conjured to assist him. Renzaluna stresses that the summoned creature calls its own kind and asks them to leave it to her. Giving them room to advance, Lutessa sends her pet to fight them. Iris refuses to give in to anyone, delivering several crushing blows to the lizard as the little monsters break apart into pieces. Suddenly, behind the vault, a powerful explosion threw a huge cloud of dust and debris into the air. It was the former lizard. Realizing his comrades may be in serious trouble, he calls Iris to try to reach her. Emerging from the smoke after a huge explosion, the girl leaps high above the smoke cloud. Smiling brightly, she tells me she is perfectly fine, her eyes shining with determination. Volt thinks the girl knows how to win properly. Sighs asks her not to scare him like that again. The guy, sure of himself, strikes because the lizards are weak, and with one blow he was able to get rid of her. Suddenly the creature vanished, leaving a burst of thick smoke, and for a moment everything fell silent. Soon a new creature appeared to replace the old one. Volt knows that if you remove one lizard, another appears right away, and if you leave the giant unattended, he will destroy the barrier, and overall the girls are acting too carelessly. The giant aims at the main character, trying to strike from behind and pointing his huge fist at him. The arm whistles as it flies toward him. Volt bares his teeth dangerously, and even if you hit him, a very loud scream comes from nearby before he can finish his thought. A cloaked figure covered himself with his hands in fear of the huge giant, crying loudly. The boy was surprised that the child had no time to run away, and if Walt avoids the blow, the child will suffer. With a single swing of his fist, the giant destroyed everything in his path. A fierce wind of dust and sand rose into the sky, and the cloaked man covered his face with his hands to shield his eyes. Volt stood in front of him, shielding him with his own body from the dragon's fiery attack and claiming he was even hotter than the dragon's flames. Lutessa and Renzaluna stare in shock at the man who used himself as a human shield, and the sight terrifies them. Volt smiles smugly after stopping the giant's sword with one hand. He put his hand over his face and burst into wild laughter. Smiling broadly, the guy calls out that Cert's fire is weak because it was much hotter in Satan's sauna. Lutessa and Renzaluna were puzzled. This was clearly not human strength and was something terrible. Iris stood in a daze, speechless, her eyes wide open. The girl behind him regards the man as if he were her savior. Speaking extremely loudly, he addresses the giant Cert. With the monster's weapon in hand, he smiles smugly and threatens the creature, saying the weapon now belongs to Volt. The man strikes with his opponent's weapon, knocking the giant off his feet and forcing him to retreat. Stunned, Rika sits on the ground, unsure if this is normal, her eyes filling with tears of fear. Volt wipes his hands and looks at the girl, unsure why she is here since no one expected her. The girl tried to justify herself with the giant on her weak knees in the background until the guy came up with a brilliant idea. Volt gives a cheeky smile and asks Rika for help. Her eyes widen in confusion, and a nervous smile touches her lips. The giant falls from a piercing strike by his own sword, because only his weapon can harm such a monster. Iris, eyes wide open, thinks. Not only did Volt start the sword with one hand, he also broke it into pieces. The sword in the weapon shop amazed her, and memories of the merchant's dialogue popped into her head when Volt shared the sword's history. She gives a bitter smile and points out there is one thing, however. Volt caught her off guard too easily. She says Volt exceeded every expectation with ease. Volt turns to Rika, who is sitting on the ground, reminds her he asked for her help, and asks how long she will stay seated, and Rika says she cannot stand and quietly apologizes. Rika falls to her feet and loudly apologizes for causing Volt a lot of trouble. The man doesn't understand what all the bows are for and looks at the girl as if she's crazy. The others argue heatedly because Volt wants to help Rika. She insists there is nothing to be done and says not to bother while the giant in the background gathers strength to stand. He thinks Rika hit her head hard as something flies past him, trying to land a precise blow. The girl screams and is very loud. Volt says the giant is angry because the man broke his huge sword. He grabs Rika's elbow and pulls her upright as fast as possible. He scoops her into his arms and carries her away from the powerful explosion that could have hit them. It looked like a curtain of fire. Gerda had no choice but to focus completely on keeping the magic circle. Rika squeezes her eyes shut and shouts, asking what that was about. She is too scared. Val too wonders whether she was really frightened like a small child, but the girl denies it and finds it too embarrassing. The girl curses herself more than a dozen times with tears in her innocent eyes. The man replies that he is not interested in such things and asks Riku for help more than once. As the monster stands, Volt says it is a fire giant and its weakness is water, so he asks Riku to use black water magic. The girl doubts her abilities and shares her uncertainty. Volt backs Riku, telling her she has talent and that he truly believes in her strength. A man reminds her of the time she turned an ordinary fireball into a barrage, and Rika covers her face with her hands and apologizes loudly for the incident. Volt reassures the girl she does not need to worry about destroying everything, since they need her destructive power right now. He adds there is no need to worry about Iris and the others. They clearly do not need help now. The girls can clearly escape, fighting bravely as lizards attack from all sides, and with swords raised, Lutessa, Iris, and Ranzaluna fight on for victory. He promises that when the girl casts a spell, he'll start working too. Volt promises to protect her, his eyes sparkling with confidence as he speaks, and he is determined. Determination lights Ricky's eyes. Confidence in her abilities grows, and she promises to try. Even in a hopeless situation, a surge of courage lifts her, so she is no longer afraid and feels stronger. Falling lava, waves of salamanders, and even this giant's power no longer scared her. No longer afraid of anything, Rika gathers her will into a fist and casts a powerful spell. Raising her voice to its loudest, the girl asked everyone to listen. Volt fired a massive shot, No one knows what is happening. Rika announces that everyone is now free to do as they please. Iris may not fully understand things, but she's always ready to act. Volt was full of determination. He warned everyone. It was the most important thing to him now. He signals Rika, who appeals to the water gods, to hear her prayers. A girl caused a massive snowstorm that sent a wave of snow across nearly the whole city and had to stop the fire giant. A huge wave of snow swept in. People cried out from all sides as it buried the roofs of even the tallest houses. Ransaluna says, storms like this do not happen anywhere, and from any angle, it is the highest form of ice magic. Diamond Dust, Ricky's spell, imprisons the giant and everything around him in a cold, strong cage. Peretta understands this is the highest level of magic, rivaling only her dark magic, and she was surprised by you because she had never noticed such potential in the little elf. Volt calls it entry-level magic while examining one of Rika's ice statues. In his homeland, few people used the highest black magic because its wide range of damage made it too dangerous for people's lives. Valtz saw firsthand what a true first-level black mage was like. He is eager to see Heneleka Estenadel reveal her incredible talent. Henleka herself is deeply embarrassed by the extent of the damage she caused to the giant and the lizards. Volt descends, carrying the girl, explaining that all the salamanders and even the fire giant were frozen. Huge ice statues of monsters stand around the company. The spell was very powerful. Up to that moment, he had been watching and noticed something interesting. You can summon up to 13 salamanders at one time. You don't have to remove 13 salamanders at once. You can immobilize them instead. Walt says it will all be one big target. Spreading his arms to the sides, he decides this is extra work the girl called him for. Volt turned to Iris and motioned her closer. The man asks the woman to care for the injured Rika. He has to leave the rest to him, and speaking confidently, promised to figure it out himself. Iris grabs his hand and asks him to stop, because rushing into a fight without thinking is too dangerous and unwise. The girl says they should first find the giant's weak points, while the giant sits quietly in his ice cage in the background. Rika interrupts, reminding him his whole body is aflame. He emphasizes that there will be no results without a plan. The giant stands as an icy prison, while the men argue that a thoughtless attack will lead to nothing good and will only make things worse. Volt had noticed the girls arguing earlier and agreed that they needed a plan and should not act without thinking. He was going to knock him down, but he doubted that would work. Volt drifts into thought while the giant makes strange noises. Ice cracks under its weight, and it nearly breaks free from the icy prison. The fire monster broke free from its icy prison and opened its huge mouth, where a ball of energy formed, ready to fire at any moment. Volt heard the explosions behind him, spun around, and was stunned to see the monsters freed all at once. A massive blast threw everyone to the ground. Walt feels like he's about to pass out. An old, familiar feeling came over him. Volt remembered when he was a mighty, fearsome dragon, towering over the humans and calling them too brave to fight such a powerful dragon. A flash came back to him, and he saw exactly who was behind it. A man called the strongest in this world. 1,000 eyes watched everyone at once, a terrifying sight that loomed over people's heads. Volt burst into a terrible laugh as the people who had been brazen in trying to get rid of the dragon were angrier than the devil himself. Loud, vulgar insults were hurled at the crowd. The words rang with cruel mockery. Volt's body began to take on a human shape, growing arms, legs, and other parts. Volt recognized humans as worthy opponents. One part of him refused to admit defeat, while the other part did. I realized he had no chances left. It was clearly his defeat. Valtu felt dark, cold, and empty, deep in the darkness and completely alone. He met the end set for him. The Vault story was poised to end immediately. Even though he believed he was weak, he fought with his bare hands and was actually very strong. He doesn't even know the whole picture. Defeated before reaching his final form, his trump card never came into play. Vault sees the irony. Using a special spell, the magician began drifting into another dimension, a boundless void. To protect himself, Vault's brain severed his connection to reality as his transformation into the final form continued, and he calculated every detail. He never meant to be reborn as a human. This appearance is his final form. Vault clutches his chest over his heart, as if he just realized he's alive and is trying to speak. On one knee, he realizes he was not reborn, but has simply passed into another world. Gerda reached Valtus through his consciousness, and he recognized her voice. So when she saw he had woken, she contacted him. High on the bell tower, the girl stands beside a magic circle that sustains the barrier and says she will have to remove it because her strength is nearly gone. With a stern look ahead, he tells the man to leave the scene immediately. Vault worries about his comrades and does not want to leave them here. His attention snaps to the picture before him. Gerda reports all his comrades are seriously wounded and must be rescued at once. Lutessa hugs her pet. Iris lies unconscious on the ground. Ranziluna is weakened but holds tightly to the sword she leans on. Vault realizes that when he passed out, they all shielded him with their backs. All three are badly wounded, but they protected him at the risk of their lives. He turns to Ranzel, amazed that she actually did it. His training wasn't enough, but he intends to fix everything. Spirit says she lacks the strength to carry everyone to safety, and the girl looks up in surprise as the wind lifts her wide hat. The girl starts to speak, but Vault interrupts and says there is no need to do anything. Goethe looks confused as the man discovers he can communicate telepathically. She only needed to understand one thing. Vault says he has already recovered the missing pieces of his memory and can now transfer her magic to others. Against the bell tower where Goethe stands, the man promises he will do one thing, and Goethe will have to do another. He asks Gerda to gather all her magical power and urges her to keep the barrier as strong as possible. The girl doesn't know how to respond and listens to the man's words in shock. Vault is happy he can finally act freely. Eyes wild, he orders the lizards to disappear. They are small prey for him. They vanish instantly, leaving massive waves of explosions behind. Gert's eyes widened as she realized what had happened to the salamanders. She hadn't expected such strong pressure from the man. Vault insults the giant. He doesn't know exactly what Cert is, but sees him as too arrogant for trying to destroy the capital. Now Vault is about to show how serious this demon king-like Vault is, and a slayer steps forward without fear to close in on the giant. Launching himself, he charges the giant without hesitation. Vault believed he had been reborn as a human and kept limiting himself, but when the giant attacked, he stopped holding back and unleashed his powers. It's easy for him. His comrades lie on the ground, trying to regain consciousness, while Iris struggles to rise, kneeling as she searches for the last of her strength. Beside her, a man fights a giant, and in front of her is an image of the main character fighting fearlessly. Iris realizes that Vault was the one who saved their lives. The man, with a bright smile, prepares in turn to deliver a crushing blow, shouting for the fire giant to get ready. Vault strikes the huge monster's armor with all his might, and it staggers back, momentarily confused. A powerful blow shatters the armor, revealing bright, sparkling stones inside. I risked looking into the stone's bright light to see exactly what it was. She shouts that the stone is clearly his weak spot. The bright, sparkling stone in the giant's chest draws all attention. It was easy to spot the monster's weak spot. Vault takes that into account, shifts his focus to the giant, and already aims at the right spot. Like Iris, he assumed the same thing and hit the stone as hard as he could. A flash of light sends the vault flying from the giant's artificial heart. With the stone in his hand, the giant, now without a heart, braces to fall and accept his defeat. Vault begins to speak about the summoned creature in this bright picture, and all the girl's eyes fill with hope. The man finishes by saying no creature can look down on him. After all, this was unprecedented disrespect toward the vault. The man smiled brightly because he had won. The huge stone instantly broke into small pieces. 3 days after Cert's attack, the city is clearing the wreckage, and everyone is working hard to repair the damage the giant caused. Hortensia says she received the report on the restoration work quickly. From the window, she watched the workers outside doing their best. Initially, she thought the operation would not go well, but instead, the residents tried even harder than expected. The girl is happy she managed to settle such a difficult matter so easily and quickly. Someone sneaks up from behind and offers the fox at least a little. Goethe decided to visit her friend. Hortensie welcomed the visit and was not surprised by the witch's appearance. After the brutal fight with the giant, the girl asks the witch about her comrades, and the witch assures her they will soon recover. Goethe decides to remind him she has a right to a few days' rest, giving tense, sarcastic smiles and asking about Ransol's difficult condition. The witch says her condition will soon return to normal. She believes it is all thanks to the knight's heavy equipment, and the girl will soon be able to return to normal life. Hortensia is overjoyed and openly shows her happiness at the news. Gritta reports that the first-rank miracle armor was destroyed, but the most important thing is that Ransol is alive. The fox was sure a blacksmith would be willing to repair the armor, but the witch said it would not be cheap. Hortensia has no reply to that taunt. Gertl admits they put Lady Iris in great danger and wonders whether she regrets it. She tells herself she deeply regrets it, since an important person in the capital might have been harmed. The girls agreed this might not be the best tactic, but it could be the only option in a situation this dangerous. Goethe concludes that at the very least, this was the best option available at the time of the battle. Hortan confirms that it was truly a miracle they had no casualties. The situation could have been much worse, and they were very lucky. The witch had no answer and gave a silent nod of consent. That was very lucky. Smiling slightly, she asks not to be comforted. The fox takes it to heart and scolds, trying to be kind, since kind words from a fox are rare, but they are rejected as rude. Hortensia is thinking that because Val's identity is unknown, she guesses who he might be, and the giant's strange appearance also shapes her assumptions. He sets the thought aside. Since he has not yet revealed himself as a fearsome demon king, they can only hope he stays hidden for now. A large crowd filled the street, and loud shouts and laughter rang out. Simple villagers thanked and praised Volt and nearly blessed him as a hero of the new era. In their eyes, he is the savior of the capital. Everyone is very grateful, and some girls want him as their husband. The man lowers his head sadly. He doesn't need that kind of attention. Everyone he meets calls him a hero, but he believes a hero is the demon king's enemy, which is ironic for him. A knock came at the door. Valt looked up and let his guest in. Rika apologized politely and looked into the room. Volt says he doesn't see her here often and asks how the girl is, and Rika says she's much better thanks to the white sorceress. She also had to give up her medical assistance award. The man does not immediately understand what the award was. Rika says this is a level-up reward, that she skipped the second level and went straight to the third, and she worries she wasn't useful enough. Volt looked surprised and reminded the girl that only her freezing magic had let them escape. Rika thanked him politely. The man expresses concern that his level hasn't increased and pulls his level card from his pocket. He believes each level has its own cap, despite beating the giant. His level has not risen, so he studies his card for any sign of change. Volt is not satisfied and feels disappointed about his situation. He pushes the thought aside and asks the girl what it is like outside now. Rika says he figures people are still bustling around, but it's actually calmer now than on the first day. She notes that the townspeople's enthusiasm never fades, so she has to wear a hood whenever she goes outside. He laughs, touched that Rika is now a local celebrity too. Once an elf who undermined her comrades, she says people now call her a cold elf. Volt hides his rock under his hand while trying not to laugh. Volts still knows that without Ricky's ice magic, they couldn't have coped. The girl lowers her head sadly because her new title sounds like a restaurant dish. Volt jokes that if Rika messes up now, she can be called Flowing Elf, which makes the girl very unhappy. Wanting to avoid shame, she asks him not to tell anyone about the indecent thought. Volt promises he won't tell anyone and asks why she came to him. Rika flushes with embarrassment and feels awkward talking about such things. Dropping to her knees, she apologizes loudly and nearly hits her head on the floor. Volt rested his cheek on his hand and wondered why the girl kept apologizing to him. Rika admits Chief Bertolin ordered her to secretly spy on Volt. After the mushroom-picking mission, Rika sent a report to the chief. Volt took an interest in those details. The girl says she had no way to resist that cunning fox. The girl admits she was tempted by the very large reward because she almost always ended up with an empty wallet. Volt had always known Rika's life was hard because Rika was almost always out of money. The girl lifted her head, surprised, and asked if he really was not angry with her, since she had expected anger in his eyes, or at least a discussion, but she saw none, and he only chuckled. Volt admits he's used to being followed, but the girl still feels guilty about lying to him for so long. She declined the job right away. Volt says that if she had stayed quiet, she could have received a substantial payment for the work. Shocked, the girl hears Volt thank her for finally confessing to him. It was a truly brave act for a girl like her. Clutching the hem of her coat, Rika feels ashamed. Screaming and in tears, she rushes toward the Volt, shouting that she still will not calm down. He tries to say he's willing to forgive all her mistakes, but Rika cuts him off, asking for any, preferably the harshest, punishment for that offense. She nearly begs to be punished. The man starts yelling because he genuinely doesn't understand what she wants and doesn't want or need to punish her under any circumstances. LC passes by, wants to enter the Volt's room and knocks politely. The sight of Rika on her knees before the man, clutching his clothes, left all three speechless. LC, with a cold, hostile air, asks what Rika is doing here. Volt steps forward to protect the girl, shouting that it's not what it looks like. Clearing her throat, Alice apologizes and admits she misunderstood. Rika sobs loudly and asks for forgiveness again, claiming it was all her fault. Valst asks why LC is here, and the girl replies she is here for the reward for defeating the giant. Volt protested being called a hero, and Alice smiled warmly, thinking all adventurers are like that, and that everyone should learn modesty from Volt himself, but he did not understand. Setting aside unnecessary thoughts, he asked what reward they would receive. Alice says the council decided to plan for their future, and he says that without work, they won't be able to pay for their lodging, and it's rude to put them in a very cheap room. Volt thought they were staying in a flop house. The man found the offer tempting and asked which tavern they wanted him to send them to. Alice smiled politely and said it would be a 3-star tavern, and Rika was surprised by that rating. Volt didn't fully grasp the meaning of the rating, and the girl told him it was the highest rating a very rich tavern could receive. Rika says wistfully that among the many taverns, customer service, the cooking, and the equipment all reach their highest quality at a 3-star rating. The girl recalls writing many guidebooks about taverns, always dreaming of going and enjoying the atmosphere shown in the pictures. Alice interrupts this beautiful train of thought. A girl says there are 2 free seats left in the tavern and asks Rika to move over. Alice describes the tavern's amenities, but Rick interrupts. She thinks she cannot afford to live there, and Alice says there is nothing wrong with that. The girl offers to prepay 3 months' lodging for 2 heroes, the minimum they can afford, while saving the capital. Rika thinks 3 stars are too much for them, but Volt disagrees and tells them to enjoy the moment while they can. He is sure there is no point worrying so much because they will have plenty of time later to earn money to live in the tavern. He promises to help Rika develop her abilities, which deeply moves her and makes her very happy, despite her ability to destroy everything around her. Alice giggles and says a new group has appeared. It was a very cute moment. She urges you not to delay, hands over a map showing the tavern's location, and insists you visit. Many people walk along the street beside the tavern while Summer goes inside, admires the tavern's exterior, and wanders around. The couple arrived at the tavern, and Volt had pictured royal chambers, so he was a little disappointed by what he saw. The sign on the tavern says, Demon King's Castle. Volt freezes at the name. He tries to recall where he has seen it before. A strange feeling lingers. Someone greets a man by saying they haven't seen each other in a long time. Volt recognized Sheeran. She was pleasantly surprised he remembered her name and greeted the guests with a gentle smile. The girl says she was waiting for the capital's heroes and calls the man a very promising adventurer. After running for miles, she tells him she will start calling him Valter Hero, which makes him clearly unhappy. And when she suggests King of Heroes, he becomes even angrier. Noticing Rika beside her, she struggles to remember her. The girl's appearance really stands out. Shuron bets it's Henrik's cold elf. Rika introduces herself by her full name and says she is very pleased to meet him. The girl asks to be called simply Rika, but Shuron keeps calling her Cold Elf Henrik, which clearly embarrasses her. The girl says she's unhappy, but to Sharon, the official title sounds appealing. Rika is now sure her title sounds like a restaurant dish, and Sharon invites the boys inside. She promises to take them to the Demon King's castle and opens the tavern doors for them. Both were delighted by the tavern's opulent atmosphere, with elegant chandeliers, high ceilings, and wide, long staircases. Everything looked grand, and the air smelled like a vault. Kyron says the lobby is a restaurant by day and a beer hall at night, so guests can eat or drink at any time. She escorts the guests to the 2nd floor and shows them their room, already cleaned inside, so they can stay now. When they step inside, they find a luxurious room filled with expensive furniture and plenty of space. Walt speaks highly of their new room because he moved his bed into his office when he was the Demon King. He is very impressed by the room's size and pleased with his new home, while Rika is shown the bedroom. The room has 2 large single beds. The men are told that instead of 2 rooms, only 1 is available. Rika is deeply embarrassed. Sharon says the guild most likely made a mistake, and her expression shows she is truly sorry. Volt says such a room would suit him. Nothing about it bothers him. Rika, embarrassed, covers her flushed cheeks. Sitting on the bed, the man looks pleased and repeats that they will live here because he really liked the room. Rika is uneasy about living with Volt because she has never lived with a man before. Kyron says, you may take a bath on the 1st floor at any time. Volt was also very interested in the couple being able to enjoy the hot springs. Sheeran says you can contact the reception desk with any questions. Volt understood and accepted the information. The embarrassed Rika did not know how she would live with the guy. She is lost in her terrible thoughts, and Volt, the guy, could knock her out of them. The girl is startled because she was suddenly pulled from her thoughts. Volt repeats that they will live together and hopes Ricky's heart is ready. She becomes even more embarrassed. He says they are definitely ready for a man and woman to live together under one roof, and he holds her hand tightly. He adds that she should be prepared that Rico will have to give birth in the future. Blushing, the girl shouts that the role is too much for her. Val was confused by what had just happened. The girl said she wasn't ready for that role yet. The man agreed and asked Riku to listen carefully. He takes one bed for himself and gives the other to Rika. The girl stays in a silent stupor. Rika asks what will happen if she crosses the border. The man says that, of course, there will be a war. The girl looks worried as if it were a war, and the man quickly reassures her he will not defend himself against his partner. Rika snaps back that she had no intention of entering his territory, not even a little, and she didn't need it at all. Valt is happy and says her words calm him. Offering to sign a non-aggression pact shocks Riku, but he quickly reassures her that it's not that serious and a verbal promise will do. Volt asks the girl for a promise, and she agrees immediately. Stretching his back contentedly, the man is clearly pleased to hear this. This territory is his alone now. Volt invites Rika to the famous hot springs, assures her she should go and that she can handle finding them, and the girl hesitantly agrees. Pleased with her answer, the man quickly leaves the room. Her cheeks flushed, and she doesn't understand what's happening to her. Standing in the room with very red cheeks, she feels completely out of her mind. Still, she calmed down as she bathed in the spring. On the other side, Volt searched for the hot springs he needed. He points out there are plenty of choices here and doesn't want to linger when there are almost no people, but also doesn't want to get lost. After selecting the first source for his test, a bright flash of light illuminated him. Volt looked at the source he had chosen, a beautiful, warm, cozy spot, surrounded by a huge cloud of airy foam. Amid that white heap, the boy met Kulala, Lutasa's pet. Volt was surprised and asked the animal if he was with the girl, since the two were usually together. A familiar voice, calling Ku, made the boy turn. Volt turned to Lutessa as she came running out of that very cloud of foam, glad to see her there. Ignoring the man, the girl charged at her pet menacingly, as if she intended to attack and crush him. They were simply enjoying the hot springs in their own way. A man asks in surprise what Lutezi is doing. Lutezi says she is trying to wash Ku because Ku keeps running away when anyone tries to wash her. Volt was taken aback by her sudden appearance and asked if she had used transition magic. Lutessa replies positively and tells him the sacred beast naturally has a miraculous skill. The man just wants to know how long the woman will keep doing this. He is alone here, but it is still a public place, and he would like to relax. Joking that she can hide in the foam, the girl gets hit on the head, and Vald asks her to go back to the bath quickly because he wanted a quiet rest. I thought only she knew, and she asks if Volt will wash himself now. Since he is going, the girl will follow his advice, but the guy does not understand what she is talking about. The girl talks about Hana no Yu, a secret source known only to a select few. Lutessa reveals secret hot springs reserved for a select few. Wondering why there is only one entrance, the girl suggests it was built for communal bathing. Valtu prefers not to swim with others and would rather relax alone. Asked again about the hot spring, Lutessa nods and says they'll go there too. The guy thought about the girl with her pet, and Lutessa rejects his idea, saying she will go there with him. She said the knightly order had reserved this source, so the guy shouldn't be shy. Volt wonders how anyone could not be shy here. The man is worried that Iris and the others won't let him, and Lutessa simply calms him down. She finds a new way to ridicule the situation. Volt understood why he was called here, warned that he had come only to enjoy the hot springs, and asked if Lutessa would take responsibility for everything. She only dreams of a proper wash, while he keeps telling himself everything will be fine. He loved the hot springs. He smelled something, and Volt was sure it was a girl's scent. A voice says it wants to enjoy the springs, and the man screams because he doesn't know who is speaking. The knightly order that reserved the springs vault is in a panic because Lutessa did not explain the situation to them. The knights quickly demanded an answer, and False shouted back his name, declaring that he was the one in the hot springs. Ranzaluna rushed at him with a scream and a powerful blow, gathering water from the springs behind her. Volt easily dodged her attack. Lutessa had deliberately called the man here because she thought it would be a fun activity. As he was trying to defend himself from the blows, the girls were discussing how awkward the situation was. Volt sits calmly, relieved he survived such an attack. Lutessa stepped up behind the boy and offered to help him wash. The girl jokes that Volt, like her pet, avoids washing himself. The guy didn't like being compared to an animal. He admits he is not good at washing himself, since servants bathed him when he was in the royal family. The girl thought deeply. Lutessa offers to help with the washing. Her thoughts were anything but kind. A villainous plan was forming in her mind. The girl offers a reward for saving the city. Evolved tries to refuse, but the girl proves more cunning. She says elves are a very conscientious race, so thanking him comes easily. The man still has doubts, but Lutessa stays firm, assuring him there is no reason to doubt. She again offers to help wash Volt's body. The girl suggests he close his eyes if he feels embarrassed. Lutessa is already eager to begin washing the guy, while Volt prays that she does not buy his ears. For a while, the Volt remains quiet and still. While sitting in the springs, the man realizes something is wrong and calls Lutessa. Volt wonders if the girl could really be that hairy. Lutessa holds back a laugh. The girl covers her mouth with her hand to stop herself from laughing. The man decided to describe his feelings as if a mop were touching him. Lutessa is ready to laugh out loud. The girl's pet leaps out of a huge pile of foam. Cool proved very friendly and reached out to hug the guy. Lutessa laughs out loud, and the man feels both relieved and disappointed. Ranzaluna turns to Volt to catch his attention. Warning him not to dare peek, she reminds him Iris is just enjoying the hot springs. Volt finds this behavior too petty. The girl clenches her jaw in anger at the guy. A man compares the girl's physiques to the proportions required for a knight and says such a body does not look like a fighter. Ranzaluna feels embarrassed and angry at once. The girl splashes water on him. Lutessa giggles, and Iris tries to calm them. The girl decided to ask whether Volt had come up with a name for the group, and the guy thought for a moment, then answered, yes. You wanted to name the group the Hellishly Vicious World Conquest Group. All three agreed the name was definitely not for them because it sounded ridiculous. Volt is deeply disappointed that society never accepted the great genius's ideas, and he is nearly disillusioned with this cruel world. He decided to take a chance and ask for Iris's opinion, hoping she would approve of his idea. The girl thinks it's dangerous to let Volt reason by itself, and the guy is in shock. Lutessa decides they should all work together to pick the group's name since it's easier for everyone. The idea of choosing a band name surprises Rika, and she hadn't even considered it. Vaut says he wants to consult some adventurers. Adventurers usually have vivid imaginations. Someone suggested naming the band Volta. He wants Rika's opinion on that name. The girl says she likes the name, and Volt decides to keep it. Although the guy says it lacks magic, the name Sam Ray sounds ordinary and boring. Volt said Iris and the others didn't really like the name, but the man liked the idea of Ashley's dark hegemony. Suddenly the girl screamed. Rika asks for help getting up. Volt does not understand what is happening. The girl shouts that someone grabbed her leg. Terrible plots form in her head. Volt tells her to calm down and promises to come up with a plan. The man is absolutely certain this is not a ghost. An unfamiliar girl lay on the cold ground, looking exhausted. In the previous chapter, The heroes stared oddly at the girl at their feet. She was exhausted, as if she had been fighting someone for a very long time. The men stare at the girl. It turns out she was the one who grabbed Riku by the leg, and Volt says she looks like a child. Suddenly she wakes and screams in panic that she is not a child, but a very famous adventurer, and the man checks if she is all right. Tearful, she says that if she is injured, she must see a doctor, and fears she may not make it to the capital. Volt says that in her current condition, the girl will not reach the capital. She refuses aid, but the man keeps trying to help. The girl clutches her stomach and bends almost double from the pain. Volt seems to know exactly where the problem is. She was very hungry, probably because she had not eaten for several days. The company arrived at the dining room of the Adventurers Guild's capital branch. An unfamiliar girl is happily enjoying a delicious lunch, eating huge portions and leaving a tall stack of empty plates beside her. Rika encourages the girl not to be shy and to eat as much as she wants and can. Volt wanted to know whether the girl had money and who would pay for her lunch, since a small body had a big appetite and not everyone could afford the bill. She admits her pocket is empty, he realizes he'll have to pay for dinner, and he sighs and accepts it. The girl introduced herself as Mira Bucostelvio. Mira says she was born at the port and is 14 years old. Volt called her Mirabu, which upset her because the old nickname might stick again. He asks how she ended up in those bushes. She couldn't have just gotten lost. Mira feels very embarrassed to tell this story. The girl's expression shows the story is not very good. According to her, she was on a delivery quest, met a monster on the way, and failed it. A man asked what happened to the goods and suggested a monster had taken them. Mira admitted she ate it, ashamed but forced to confess because it couldn't be hidden. Running from the monster, the girl said she climbed a tree because she was hungry, knowing she couldn't reveal herself on an empty stomach and that her food was almost gone. She suddenly remembered her basket. Her goods were top-quality fruit. There was no other way out for her. Volt was displeased by the girl's impudence. Someone calls the girl, pretending it's the first time in a week they've seen her, and Volt turns toward the voice. Elsie came running, relieved that Mira was okay, but worried about the little girl's condition. She thanks Volt for protecting her, and the man looks surprised. Elsie says Mira took a beginner quest and screamed, leaving no trace. The man is surprised because Mira is a master and should not have to do such simple tasks. Rika and Mira have a pleasant conversation. Elsie says Veltas should be rewarded and promises to pay his bill, so the man relaxes because he won't have to pay. Mira says she has been an adventurer for 2 years, and Rika is pleased because Mira deserves a higher rank. The girl still wonders why, despite her experience, Mira remains a craftswoman. The girl resented the attention and saw it as an insult. She dislikes Rika's reproaches because they are too rude and disrespect the artisans. Mira asks if Rika thinks being a craftsman is too small a step toward becoming a mage. She asks what the elf does for a living, and the other woman replies that the elf is a black magician. Mira says that after receiving the adventurer title, she was already a craftswoman, so she takes a deep breath and prepares to tell him everything to his face. Volt quickly stuffs food into the girl's mouth and tells her to calm down. Quickly swallowing the food, she calmed down and smiled warmly at how delicious it was, her mood shifting rapidly to a more positive one. Volt asks whether the girl has become the target of someone's anger. She says artisans take their craft seriously, are proud of their work, and have helped many adventurers. Mira concludes that artisans are treated with little respect, and Volt is unsure, but agrees with her. Volt sips tea and thinks that when he joins the adventurer training school, whether as a knight apprentice or an adventurer, both jobs are boring to him. He wouldn't even bother looking up these words in an isekai encyclopedia. Volt was surprised to realize he'd just disrespected the artisans, and Mira said loudly that she wanted respect for her profession. Her dream is to become the world's strongest craftswoman. Mira slammed the table and began talking about her family tree. But because she was speaking too loudly, a female employee approached and asked her not to disturb other customers. Angry, the girl felt they were treating her like trash, but Volt calmed her, saying she indeed was to blame. The man says Mira is tarnishing the artisan's good name and should think about it. The girl tries to defend herself, saying Volt made her angry, and the guy laughs, joking that she is probably angry at herself. Mira angrily tells him she is upset, and that with that kind of character, he has no chance with girls. Volt says he doesn't care about it at all, and calls Mira more a small, naughty child than a girl. Elsie moves to calm Mira, since at this rate, the loud screams will bring the waitress back. Mira sat down to calm herself while Elsie turned to Volt and apologized for not helping with the move, and Volt said they managed on their own, leaving Mira shocked by the comment. Elsie says Volt became a hero after saving the capital from a huge giant, and the reward was used to upgrade the activity base. Mira rises from the table with a menacing look, refusing to believe that a man like Volt could save the city, and he is offended by the accusation. The girl asks about the guy's strong financial situation. Volt looks surprised by the question. Mira explains that on their team, one person fights physically while the other uses magic. It says the craftsman will help keep the team balanced, but she often wants to be with a teammate too much. Marie suggests praising white mages who heal people, but we should not push artisans into the background, because they can be very useful. The girl lists the artisan's strengths. Rika nods in approval and nearly invites her onto the team. And Volt sees how easy Rika is to fool by appealing to her pity. Mira says she'll be very useful. Volt cuts her off abruptly. The man says they absolutely don't need a third person on the team and tells her to bother someone else. Her fists clench, trembling. The girl screamed in deep resentment, and Volt thought her stomach hurt again. Mira says she could never fit into any team and was always alone. Her job prevented her from getting a normal quest. At this rate, she'll soon lose her title as an adventurer. Mira says she now has to leave the capital and return to her small town, and she talked about her dreams and how she tried to get accepted into the capital. Walt won't be moved by her tears because he lacks empathy. Rika suddenly rises from the table, leaving the young man stunned, as she says in a shaky voice that the capital really is cruel to new adventurers. The girl says she understands Mira perfectly because if she hadn't met Volt, she would likely have left the capital long ago. The man is surprised Rika is trying to protect Mira. She insists Mira is not a stranger and asks Volt to add her to the team and do his best to befriend her. Volt is surprised he learned that from Ricky. The man reminds them that Ricky's destructive condition is not yet cured, and Mirakan could trigger it at any moment. The girl only promises to try very hard, but Volt is not sure. He agrees to let Mira stay, mainly out of respect for her feelings. Both girls are delighted and thank Volt. Mira hugs Riku, says she'll get to have fun with someone on the team, and thanks Riku. As the girls hug, Mira looks toward the Volt. Her strange smile makes him doubt his decision to leave her. Volt tells Rika to take Mira to wash up, since staying dirty could get them into trouble. The girl hurries over to speak with Sharan. Turning to Elsie, he says, this is how things stand with them. The hero said that even though he did not really want to understand the girl, he remembered Rika rarely asked him for anything so insistently, so Valley would feel guilty if he refused her. Seeing Elsie standing there thoughtfully, he asked if she had a problem. She said she was thinking about the recent incident with the man who refused to take responsibility for Mirabuku. He did not understand her. The girl explained that Mirabuki's guardian wanted her to switch from being a craftsman to a different profession, and Elsie knew her friend had always had trouble with communication, which showed in her relationship with the guardian. Elsie said Mirabuki's guardian had already changed twice, and the children could see it was due to misunderstandings and differing views between the guardian and the ward. The young man said this is always true in life. Once you go out into the world, conflicts are unavoidable. There is neither justice nor evil in the world, because there are as many opinions as there are living people. The girl noticed her friend could sometimes seem very grown up. Relaxing, Volt nearly revealed he had once ruled an entire state, but stopped himself in time. The young man remembered Mirabu's words about her losing her adventure or title and asked if it was true, and Elsie replied that it might have been possible before, then smiled and added that she would be responsible for Mirabuku. The girl said that with her care the ward would remain an adventurer, and the man thanked Elsie for looking after Mirabu. Volt remembered, and Riku noticed that his friend was surrounded only by problem children. She laughed, but Riku did not understand why. "I'll see," explained that it was the boy she thought was problematic. Volt was indignant and asked why she thought so. She ignored the question and said that was why she wanted to help him. Reluctantly, he thanked her. They shook hands. Seizing the moment, Elsie squeezed his hand and handed him compensation for the lost goods. Later, in one of the living rooms of the Demon King's Castle Tavern, an embarrassed Mirabu asked the hero if she and Rika would sleep together. The young man said calmly that he agreed, but pointed out a small mistake, then asked if it mattered, and the girl could not gather her thoughts. She muttered that she feared being an obstacle to their relationship and worried if things would be okay. Then Rika said her friend had misunderstood everything. Gesturing with her hands, she insisted she was in a completely non-romantic relationship. Mirabu seemed not to be listening. She asked her friend what she thought a girl and a guy were doing alone in a room. The hero said that because he teamed up with Rika, they ended up sharing the same room and could not change that. The young man agreed it could be like a family, and the girl agreed, adding that Mirabu should not be shy and should feel at home. Volt took charge and said they would resume the abandoned quest the next day, when the three of them would work together for the first time. The young man said it would be a good chance to test Mirabu's fighting style, and Rika could also practice her magic. He asked if the partners wouldn't mind starting the day by shopping for Mirabu's things, and the girl said she knew a great shop that, though inconvenient to reach, had excellent prices and a wide selection. The next day, the boys went to the second-hand store, Silver Pig, that Mirabu had mentioned. Volt read on the sign that the store offers low prices and promises to meet every customer's needs. Seeing many people in the store, Rika noticed it was lively. A worker came out to greet them like regular customers. When the worker recognized Mira, they also greeted Mizette. An old acquaintance hugged Miraba and asked how her cutie had been doing while they were apart. Tactility Mizette grew annoyed with Miraba and told the boys they would go to another store. The store owner said her friend couldn't find prices this good anywhere else. The girl reminded Mirab that she had recently hired the adventurer for hire service and asked whether she thought friendship could be bought with money. The adventurer denied everything. Meribu introduced Volt as her older brother, who had already made a name for himself on the city streets. Mercedes' eyes lit up. She shouted that a celebrity was in her shop. Volt, not understanding her excitement, but hearing the pun, said it was not the name of an ordinary dish. The girl ignored him, squeezed his hand, and shook it hard, not believing someone like that could appear at the shop door, since at first she thought Volt was a tenant, not an adventurer. Mizette pointed out that being an adventurer is dangerous and asked if Meribu would like to work for them. Meribu refused immediately, but Mizette was not offended and winked, saying she would always love Mira, who was chasing her dream. The shop owner invited the guests inside to look around. When they were alone, Mira told Rika she liked the shop, but was annoyed by Masette's way of speaking, and Rika laughed, saying they looked like good friends. Mirabu looked away and said they were not close friends, and she only talked with the owner when she came to the store. But the boys disagreed because they had seen Mazette treat their partner like a beloved friend. Mira felt embarrassed and walked toward the store, urging the team to hurry while the young man stayed by her side and told Rika to get what they needed. Volt casually asked the girl if she had ever been to the Sabium swamp, but this was the first time Rika had heard of it. She opened the paper to read the task and check which materials they needed to complete the quest. They had to collect 10 pearl lizards. Rika explained that pearls come from monsters called reptilians that live in the Sablium swamp, and because they reproduce rapidly and are poisonous, the swamp became contaminated. The boy asked what percentage of pearls lizards drop. The girl said it was 5%. After calculating, Volt said that out of 20 pieces, they would get at least 1 pearl. He thought for a moment, then said they would need to kill about 200 lizards in all, which made Rika nervous. So she showed her partner the quest details and, panicking, said it had to be finished by 6 in the evening. Volt said thoughtfully that, including the return trip, the task would take about 3 hours. The young man was slightly annoyed by the time limit. After all, if they collect more than 10 pearls, they will get a bigger reward. In the end, since the team had little time and the mission had to succeed, Volt decided to take the quest. The hero thought the task was easy enough. It was ideal for testing the group's strength, seeing how the girls worked together and running training. The boys soon found themselves walking through the famous Savoy Marsh. Rika went pale and said it felt creepy. Volt said it didn't look like a tourist spot, and the ground was too soft to walk on. The hero tested the bridge to make sure it would hold him, then called the girls to follow, since it was better for the boys to walk on dry ground than through the mud. Mirabu jumped onto the bridge easily while her partner struggled, and Rika realized Mirabu was far stronger than she was. Mira laughed smugly and said she had the tireless walker skill, which increased the value of her craftsman profession. Rika thought that this ability let her carry many more things and still move around easily. Mirabu was pleased that her partner finally understood the value of craftsmanship and asked her to keep it up. Rika liked seeing her friend this way and quietly wished she could be just as focused and confident. Volt scanned the area, while the girls chatted behind them and found nothing suspicious. The young man called to Riku. Riku immediately approached him. The hero asked her to listen carefully, explaining that back home he had learned that 4-element magic depends heavily on the environment. Rika said thoughtfully that in their case it was crucial to pick terrain that matched the chosen magical element, and she warned she might be wrong because of her inexperience. Volt disagreed and asked how magic would work in a swamp. The girl said fire magic would be much weaker than water magic, so they should use water magic. Riku suddenly had an idea and realized she had accidentally included the water magic she wanted to try, even though the hero had told her it would be better to attack with fire, which surprised her. He explained that lowering Rika's fire magic power would reduce the chance of her accidentally blowing up. It was the ideal solution and would help her learn to control her magic. Volt said he'd served as perfect live bait and warned that when he gave the signal, she might attack with a fireball. Meanwhile, Mirabu will provide support. The girl disliked this and asked whether her partner knew the craftsman could replace the white mage. He answered that it was not the issue now. As the team talked, huge lizards emerged from the swamp. Before Volta could tell the squad to get ready for an attack, Mirabu ran past. She rushed forward while the young man shouted at the girl not to act willfully, and Mirabu demanded a chance to prove her skills by pulling out a homemade bomb to use against the monsters. Mirabu activated her killer throw and hurled a bomb at the monsters. It exploded, causing the swamp water to rise. The girl smiled, proud of herself, and said even a craftsman could play an attacker perfectly. The explosion made the boy's hair stand on end. Volt muttered it was a great way to get blown away. The young man sighed, admitting he knew how skilled craftsmen could be, yet wondered why his partner had not advanced beyond the first level in the last 2 years. The girl was embarrassed at first to talk about it, but then she said that until recently she had not had enough money to live and could not even make a bomb. And the man replied that this was very similar to Mirba. The girl said cheerfully that her power was at its peak, so she could throw anything. She pointed out objects could count as weapons, and if Volt wanted, the craftsman could give him a legendary class weapon. The boy liked it. The man told Mirabu to hold back a little because it would not help Rika's training, and the girls apologized to each other for the inconvenience. Drawn by the sound, the boys saw lizards slipping from the shadows in the swamp's tall grasses. The bomb's explosion led them to the team, and Volt hesitated to be glad about it. Volt told the team to proceed as planned. The boy told Rika to wait for a sign before casting a spell. Mirabu was to use items as the situation required. Val added she could throw bombs when necessary. The girl giggled and said she would throw everything she had at the monsters. Volt was glad they finally looked like a real group. Running ahead, he asked if everyone was ready for battle. The girls ran after the hero. Mirabu was surprised at her partner's speed and didn't understand why he ran ahead. Acting as bait, he drew the monsters to him and jumped onto a tree. Volt signaled Rika to act. Hearing it, the girl immediately launched a fireball that destroyed everything in its path, struck the target dead on, and left Mirabu speechless at her partner's power. Volt said Rika was stronger since the inner forest, and even when the field weakened her, her energy still felt stronger than before. Rika thanked him for the praise. She said she felt better after eating the ironsel fruit. As Volt and Rico talked, Mirabust stood silently in shock. Although Volt was famous, she didn't think his physical abilities went much beyond those of an inhuman. Mira couldn't tell when Rika's budding magic had become so strong, or whether the field's properties were affecting it. At first, Mirabu found it odd that Rika teamed up with someone. Eventually, Mirabu realized these were not the everyday adventures she was used to. Seeing talent and confidence in her partners gave her the courage to say she would definitely become stronger. Mira told herself she had to believe she could do it. Ricky's friendly fire was no longer harmless, so she had to be careful or she'd get hit. Deciding to act as a team member, the girl resolved to fulfill her role as healer perfectly. Not even sweating or tired, Volt ran non-stop, catching her attention. Mirabu pulled a vial of potion out of her pocket. Believing her partner might be tired, she offered to help with her skills and said it was her turn to show what she could do. Using potion throw, she hurled the vial at the boy, but he dodged. The vial struck the injured lizard and healed it. The girl was annoyed and asked why Volt dodged. He said it was dangerous. Sweating with excitement, Mirabu explained that her potion throw skill was a high-level technique that struck the skull and caused the body to heal from head to toe. Volt doubted the method's safety and asked whether his partner had ever wondered why artisans were so unpopular. While he spoke, a revived lizard attacked him from behind, but the young man knocked it out with a single blow. Mirabu had no reply because her partner made a convincing point. He said his body was covered in a magical coating, so neither magical nor physical attacks work on him. The girl asked if this did not make him invincible. The young man said it did not, because at the Battle of Cerberus he lost consciousness for a second, and that brief blackout brought his memories back. Mirabu did not understand what he was talking about. Volt said the healing and support spells had no effect on him, so he needed to drink a potion. He assured her he was not tired at all. The girl sighed and said the boy had discouraged her as a craftsman. The hero found the ability intriguing but hard to grasp. Rika laughed awkwardly and told Mira that even imagining being hit on the head with a bottle was painful. The craftsman wanted to defend herself but couldn't. This method, she said, was far quicker than opening the bottle and drinking. Mirabu added, it was very practical in emergencies, and Volt asked how its medicinal effects differed. Hesitating, the girl looked away and said that if the person drank the potion, the healing would go better. After that, Val refused to continue the conversation and asked Miraba to stop throwing healing bottles. The girl tried to object, saying this was her identity as a craft swimmer. The young man smiled and said he hadn't expected a professional to be fragile or to suffer for it later. Mirabu hesitated and said that wasn't what she had in mind. Throwing potions was a useful way for her to relieve stress. She said the sound of a bottle breaking on her head and the splash of a potion calmed her, and she recalled making her first throw at adventurer school, which nearly made her faint with excitement. Mirabu grabbed Volt, tears in her eyes, and begged to be allowed to throw bottles, but the man refused and said he had never asked her about fetishes. Ultimately, the hero relented and allowed her to use bottle throws only in emergencies. She was very happy. 2 hours later, the guys finished the quest. At the end of the task, Volt said the lizards weren't very smart. Having killed so many, the monsters lost the will to fight. He suggested collecting items dropped by 300 lizards. If they were lucky, they'd gather enough to complete the quest. Mirabu encouraged Ran ahead, saying collecting items was also a craftsman's skill. Volt wanted to come along, but Rika stopped him. She told him to rest, since he'd been running for her training the whole time. The girl said she would help Mirab. The young man asked how much time they had left to finish. Rika checked her watch and said it would take them about 2 hours to get to the capital. So even if they needed some time for the collection, the guys would still have time. Volt said with that much time they could take it slow, but they couldn't be lazy. He decided that if needed, he'd run, even though he disliked long runs. Rika thought it made sense to borrow a watch from the guild since every second counted during their time-limited quest. Volt agreed with her. He knew how valuable watches were in this world. The girl asked the team to take on the task. The young man said he would leave the collection to them. He took a short break while the girls collected the items. Some time passed. Valtz muttered that Rika and Mirabu should have returned by now. The young man entered the forest, calling for his partners, when he heard a sudden squeal and roar and saw a monster with a long body attacking them as they screamed for help. The monster looked like a huge reptile, and only high-ranking adventurers could handle it. Walter didn't understand why the guild didn't know about the monster. He shouted for the girls to keep running. The hero leapt onto the monster as it opened its mouth to grab him, hit the huge reptile on the head, and thought the battle would end there. The monster started giving off a thick fog. Volt grabbed the girls and told them to hold their breath, then ran as far as he could from where the unknown substance was spreading. Once they were far enough away, the hero set his companions down on the ground. Mirabu, frightened, said she was surprised. She did not know what kind of fog it was, only that it smelled like a weasel's stink bomb. The girls admitted they'd breathed the monster's fumes. The young man grew worried and asked if they were all right. Metrabu sighed and said it was just the stupid reptile bluffing. Valt shook his head, unable to believe someone who had run away so desperately would say that. Noticing Mirabu had no bag, he heard her say she had thrown it away to give them more time to escape. The young man sighed. Rika asked the hero not to be angry with her partner because her cleverness had made their escape possible. Volt agreed. He couldn't blame Mira in that case. Instead, the man praised the girl for a job well done. Mirbu warned that her partner should not praise her or she would be embarrassed. The girl blushed. Volt laughed at her reaction. Mirabu suggested returning to the capital now that they'd gathered the items and the fog had cleared, but she fainted before she could finish speaking. The young man caught her, grew very worried, and called to her. At that moment, Rika fell to the ground, in pain. Volt did not understand what was happening and asked his partners what was wrong with them, but no one could answer him. The hero faced a hopeless situation. He fought well in battle, but he could not heal. Mira suspected that the mist the monster spat out was a paralyzing, lethal poison. The girl said some potions could slow the poison's effects. The man, desperate, begged her not to say the medicine was in the bag she had thrown away. His partner said she had no choice. She said she had seen a huge lizard crusher in the bottles. The craftswoman realized it was a fatal mistake. Rika started breathing heavily. Both girls went pale with pain. Realizing his partners wouldn't last long, the young man had little time. So he asked Mira if he could try something, and she told him to lift her skirt. Volt said this was no time for jokes, but Miro stayed serious, and in the end, the young man did as she asked, lifting her skirt to find the potions strapped to her thigh. The girl laughed weakly, and because she had experience as a craftsman, she had stocked up on extra vials, which Mira said would be enough to stop the poison's effect. Volt cut her off before she finished. Relieved, he knew he could now help and save his friends. He picked up the potions. Mira smiled and said it was impossible to save them both. Ishtuto asked whether she wanted him to choose which life to save. Mira said she would choose for him. Begging him, she asked that he give the cure for Rika's deadly poison, but not to herself. Since arriving in the capital, Mira had come to see herself as a disgrace. Her proud life as an adventurer had led her to this. She kept failing. Seeing herself as weak and useless, she was never accepted into their group. Mira was very happy when she met the boys and felt grateful. As she spoke, she felt her body burning. The craftsman knew death awaited her. She didn't care. Her top priority was saving Ricky so she could finally be useful. But what Mirabu really wanted was to keep adventuring with the others. Volt opened the potion and told the girl to drink it, adding that Rika had already taken the medicine. At that moment, Mira noticed that half of the liquid remained in the test tubes. The girl objected, saying her partner should drink it all, not just half. The hero said Rika would be sad if she learned Mira had sacrificed herself to save her. The craftswoman agreed. Volt was 2 empty hours from the city, so he wouldn't be able to get them both to the capital. A young man cut her off and told her not to complain. Knowing how stubborn she was in clinging to life, he told her to stop pretending to be a saint. The hero said he would force her to drink it mouth to mouth if she refused. Mirabu screamed in shock. She was ready for anything but this, since she hadn't even had her first kiss. Volt pushed the duct into her mouth, and the girl finally drank the potion. He stroked her hair and said he could easily carry them both in his arms. The man promised he would not abandon Mira. She blushed. He grabbed the girls and told them it was time to go back. The hero told the craftsman to press his teeth together so she would not bite her tongue. Marabu couldn't see how Volt would get them to the capital quickly since she'd already seen his running speed, but she was wrong when he pushed off and ran at a pace that shocked her. Mirabu finally fainted. Waking in the infirmary, the girl saw Riku on the next bed and realized Volt had been the one to save her. The door opened and a young man walked in. He saw one of his partners had also arrived and asked how she was feeling. Mirabu tried to get up, but felt the paralysis had not passed yet. The boy said the doctor had given them an antidote for the poison, so there was no need to worry. The girl remembered little and wanted to know what had happened. Mirabu asked how many days she had slept. The young man looked puzzled and did not understand her. Leaning over, he said only 3 hours had passed. The girl was confused because the journey to the capital had taken 2 hours. The hero said he had reached the city in 3 minutes. Volt speed. Marub received timely treatment. To the craftsman, it all sounded like madness. She asked whether the young man knew that no human could do such a thing. Volt said it was obvious and that he was not human. The man smiled at her and announced he was the Demon King. Brushing off his earlier words, he said, Mirabu could return home in 3 days. The most important thing now was that the girls were all right. Mirabu suddenly screamed. Volt panicked and asked if the poison was acting on her again. That would be a problem for him if the craftsman became even more foolish and frightening. Mirabu bristled with indignation. It came down to quality. Mirabu asked if he could still finish it. Volt said he technically could, but her bag had been crushed by the monster. There were gems in it. Mirabu blushed and said the pearls were not in the bag but in her underwear. The young man asked if that was true and welcomed the chance to complete the quest and get paid. The girl said the underwear was made for craftsmen so they could keep small items under it, and the man began to feel the blanket. Volt abruptly pulled it off Mirabu's body and told her to remove her underwear immediately. Mirabu screamed in shock and said he couldn't seriously mean to put his hands on someone so innocent. But Volt didn't understand her embarrassment. Noting Mira's paralysis, he said he would have to do everything himself. Mira screamed and asked for a nurse. The young man said there was no one in the building because of some kind of food poisoning. Mirabu managed to stop the man by reminding him she was naked, but the hero did not care and stayed focused on the quest. At that moment, Elsie, who had come to visit the sick, arrived and asked what was happening. Mirabu cried and begged the girl to take the loot instead of the wild Volt. The young man told his partner to watch her language. After thanking Elsie, the guys finished the task and collected the reward without any problems. Volt announced they were celebrating the girl's recovery from the Demon Lord's castle today and vowed to be more diligent from now on. Rika and Mirabu sat at the richly laid table and thanked the hero. The boy told them Elsie said adventurers often die in strange ways. The girl was glad they had survived. Rika was pleased her friend had come to visit. Mirabu said the guild had declared the huge lizards a new species. The young man had heard about it too and remembered their Latin name, which literally meant large reptile. He added that the food was payment to the men for finding and killing them. It could be seen as a real reward. Volt holding something. He asked his teammates if they were okay with calling their group the Ishuto team. The girls opposed it and said using his name, a famous, promising newcomer, would be the best advertisement for them. The man said the name Mithra had been chosen, so they could celebrate the team's official name, and he asked Chiron to bring another bottle of red wine to the table. The other adventurers came over at that moment to congratulate them on choosing the group's name and joined them for drinks. The adventurers began to introduce themselves and poured drinks for Rika and Mira. They said their names were simple, so they were easy to remember. An older adventurer laughed and said young groups usually pick childish names like Underworld or Darkness, which offended Volt a little. Adventurers still laughed that such teams became ashamed of their name after a few years. A group of knights entered the tavern, searching for the summoner Merida and asking whether she was inside. The commander said she was a level 10 adventurer. The adventurer recognized them as an Imperial Knight squad. A girl sitting at a table stood up. The summoner was Marita herself, a slender girl who held her magic staff with a timid air. The commander glanced at Marina, believing her presence would draw more attention, since she was a high-level adventurer, and Marina asked what they needed. Seeing the man reminded her of the giant monster. This drew Volt's attention. The girl started to mutter quietly but was interrupted. One knight accused Merida of summoning Surtur and bringing him into the royal capital's city district, and Rika and Mira were surprised by the accusation. The girl furiously denied everything and said it was all rumor. That night they also did not want to believe that such a high-ranking adventurer could be responsible for what happened. Still, because there was even a small chance it was Marita, they, as an imperial force, had to investigate, especially since they had witnesses. The commander said the day before the attack, the summoner was in a tavern in the red light district, where Maria said she would burn the capital to ashes. The man added that the tavern owner, the maid, and the other customers had all testified, so the girl could not deny it. Mira and Rika instinctively sank into their seats under the pressure. The night girl demanded Marita explain herself. The summoner began to tremble and couldn't stand, so she leaned on her staff. The night girl apologized, saying she was drunk and had been talking nonsense. Maria said her heart was broken, and at the time she was so upset she did not watch what she said. The conscript admitted saying several foolish things, but she still denied being guilty of conscription. The commander found her excuses suspicious. Maria asked to be trusted. The summoner noted that summoning a giant requires at least level 15, and she has not reached that level yet. It would take her another 15 years of training to reach that level, because the giant Surtur was an extremely powerful beast. The commander cut her off, accusing her of hiding her true skills. The girl fell silent at the unexpected accusation. The man said they would discuss the matter in detail at Imperial Knight's headquarters and declared the girl under arrest. Everyone watched as they tried to take the summoner away, and the girl tried to explain, but no one listened because the other adventurers refused to believe she could summon a giant on her own, despite her high rank. Mirabu and Rika were unnerved by the noise, but they didn't think she could have summoned the monster herself. Volt watched in silence. He had no ties to Marita, but the Imperial Knight's actions were plainly tyrannical, and the young man believed her. Her only mistake was that alcohol made her slur her words. The boy knew it had all happened the day before the incident. He had only wanted to try something, but the moment was awkward. Volt threw the adventurer's hand off his shoulder. Mirabu noticed Ishuto stand up, unsure what he planned to do, and the young man stepped closer to the knights and told them to stop. He said the girl's slip of the tongue was enough to find her guilty, and added the squad would only waste time. He warned that this would only help the real criminal. The young man sighed and said their taxes would be wasted. That angered the commander, who demanded to know who he was. Volt said he was an adventurer. The man said such a young, reckless person was too smug to criticize the Imperial Knights and assumed the adventurer must be high level, but Volt replied his level was 0. The commander was surprised and asked again, not believing it, whether Tutto had repeated it and even shown his adventure on a card. The man shouted at the young man not to try to fool him, saying even new adventurers start at level 1. Volt said he could learn more from the guild if he wanted. One of the knights recognized the hero and remembered him as the man who had fought the giant using only his head and hands. The rookie adventurer Ishuto stood before them. Someone asked if he was Ishval Ashley. The other knights laughed, not believing such a skinny youth could defeat Surtur. The girl, however, was serious. Volt muttered tiredly that the weaker the dog, the louder its bark. He used magic to influence the knights. Suddenly, the commander shouted he couldn't see anything. Another knight was hallucinating. The third did not understand what was happening. The night girl, who first recognized him and refused to mock him, felt nothing. Standing in shock, she watched her colleagues suffer while Volt waved his hand and twirled the effect of his magic. He ordered the knights to look at him, and they immediately raised their heads and addressed him as His Majesty. The girl began to look around, not understanding anything. Volt made the knights see his true nature and at the same time not see it, showing them an illusion of the man they respected most. It became clear they saw him as their king, Ligar. The knights knelt and waited for his orders. They showed complete loyalty like warriors of the imperial detachment. The commander announced that all their lives were at his disposal. Volt said this was what an honorary squad of imperial knights should be. The young man raised his hand and ordered them all back to the barracks, hopping like rabbits. The knights obeyed and galloped off. The female knight could only watch. When she asked what the adventurer had done to them, Volt said he had simply used a hypnosis skill that would wear off soon, and she wondered why she was okay. Volt smiled and said she was the only one who hadn't laughed at him. The girl sighed. She said they had been unfair to the new adventurer Ishuto, who had defeated the giant Surtur, and added they would leave quietly this time. The hero said it was a wise choice and urged her to hurry after her comrades. The girl snorted and told him not to act like he was so special. After the door closed behind her, everyone sat in silence for a moment. The adventurers then patted the man on the back and on his Volt side. He had to use the Demon Lord's skill again to handle such a simple matter. The adventurers suddenly crowded around him, hugging and praising their colleague and eager to find out what kind of power he had used. Rika admired how effortlessly Volt did it, and it was the first time the adventurers had seen anyone defy an imperial knight. Looking around, the boy realized that even the strongest people could not oppose the imperial knight. They held great influence over the population. She approached the fault and admitted she did not quite understand what was happening, but the girl was grateful to him for his help. The young man said he had only paused to think and had done nothing wrong. The summoner kept insisting and said she lost control when drunk. Volt told her not to worry and encouraged her. He expected the attacks on her reputation to stop soon. Marita thanked him for his concern, bowed, and left the tavern. Walking the city streets, the girl felt sad and ashamed. Everything seemed to fall apart after a failed relationship. They had been in the same group several times, while her love was unrequited, and eventually she fell for him. He was her first love in her 20 years of life, and she was truly happy, but he already had a fiancé. Volt came to mind. He had saved her from arrest despite everything, and without him, the summoner would not be able to go on tomorrow's large-scale mission. A voice called from the alley. Rita glanced over and saw a girl asking for a minute. The girl said she looked like a doll and seemed very fragile, then introduced herself as Dasha and showed the baby on her shoulder, naming him Asmodeus, a precious member of her family. Marita saw a small animal that looked like a sheep with a very round head. It wore an eye patch. Without warning, Asmodeus spoke. Marita hid behind her staff, shaking with fear. Dasha noticed and apologized, admitting it was her fault. In the dark alley, only the moon provided light. A strange feeling came over the summoner. She asked what the other wanted from her. Marita already regretted leaving the street and ending up somewhere with no people. The summoner suddenly noticed the magic barrier and realized she was isolated. Dasha smiled and said that although she had noticed it late, it would be over quickly. The girl ordered Asmodeus to act, and within seconds, he transformed from a small sheep into a huge monster. He opened his huge mouth. Asmodeus apologized before touching the girl. At the last moment, Marita could only think she was unlucky. After a satisfying meal, the boys left the tavern. The sandwich and takeaway were, as expected, fit for a 3-star hotel like the Demon Lord's castle, and the girls agreed with him. Mirabu said she would become an item master one day, so she would keep gaining experience and train until the end. She said the boys would just have to wait. Rika felt encouraged by her friend's attitude. She asked whether it would be some specialized work, like Iris's. Mira admitted sheepishly that the item master was the story's main character, a child from an artisan family who admired knights and unwittingly became a mentor to the artisans. In time, he became famous as a master of objects. The girl loved the story her grandfather told, and Volt chuckled. Mira, displeased, asked Ly whether he had just laughed at her. Ly said he was glad she had a goal. Townspeople who had run to see Ross Weiss passed the boys. Volt turned around. Nearby stood a squad of silver wolf knights, and everyone wished them luck, expecting a good report, because they looked impressive, taking on such large-scale tasks. Rika and Mira screamed when they saw Iris, admiring the high-ranking adventurers. Mirabo began jumping when the crowd blocked her view. With tears in her eyes, she approached Ishut and asked him to take her in his arms. The young man refused, calling her a little girl. Volt hadn't expected the squad to march in fully armed. He figured that if the dragon attacked now, they'd take it down in an instant. Iris scanned the crowd, spotted Ishuto, smiled, and waved as he waved back. Everyone began to think the girl had chosen one of them, and Iris's fans assumed the knight had greeted her lover that way. Elsie suddenly approached them in casual clothes, looking cute, greeted the guys, and said they had left early today. Volt admitted he had grown used to the life of an adventurer, even though he hadn't wanted to, and he missed the comfortable life he once had. And Elsie said that was what being an adventurer was all about. The hero wondered why the parade was held with so many high-ranking adventurers present, and the young man glanced to the side to see familiar monsters in fine clothes who were frightened when they saw him. She explained that because the Vertel League suggested it, the 3rd Special Dungeon Exploration Squad was formed, and that was why they were putting on a show. LC said it was posted on the guild's bulletin board. Volt didn't remember anything about it. He asked whether such expeditions were common, and the girl said only high-ranking adventurers were sent there a few times a year to explore the country's largest dungeons. Elsie said they went to the Balios Sanctuary last year and remembered it as the place where Ishutoto was found. This time, the squad will head to the only unconquered dungeon still under the royal family's direct control, Gracios, the Witch's Labyrinth. Reconnaissance teams had gone there twice, and both missions failed, so the guild left things as they were for 10 years, and Elsie assumed the leader had sent a 3rd team into the dungeon on a whim. Rika asked what the Witch's Labyrinth was like. Miraba wondered if it had several different layouts. Elsie said she would explain it all now. A witch is a woman born with mysterious powers who also created unique dungeons in this world. Mirabu noted each witch's dungeon had a different layout, and LC added they differed from normal dungeons because more complex traps made them harder. Krakos has a quirk. Its structure changes every 9 days and rebuilds itself. Volt considered this, intrigued by a witch strong enough to create such a thing. Elsie said they still don't know how deep the dungeon is. The difficulty is so high, the party only reached the 3rd layer. The man muttered that the more he heard, the more he wanted to go there. Elsie said right away that no matter how strong the young man was, she, as the guild member assigned to him, would not let them into the dungeon, which displeased the Volt side. The girl suddenly remembered she had to leave. She apologized and left. The man realized Elsie might be late for work because of him. Mirabu shouted that the parade was ending and then pointed at one woman. Everyone talked about the little one whose appearance made him stand out, and she was a pretty, confident girl who looked incredibly beautiful with a small sheep perched on her shoulder. People recognized Marita in her. Because she lacked glasses and had a different hairstyle, it was hard to see the summoner in her. Someone from the crowd said he would try to talk to her after the parade. The townspeople later remembered the incident in the tavern. Although Rika and Mirabu noticed the girl was different from the night before, Marita still looked stunning. Volt agreed with them. The summoner gave a very different impression from the night before, but the face was the same. Feeling his gaze, the girl looked at Volt and addressed him in her mind, greeting her one and only, the Demon Lord. The young man hadn't expected Merida to speak to him by telepathy. He noticed she hadn't had the animal on her shoulder before, and the summoner's voice sounded different. The hero felt uneasy about everything, especially how much Marita had changed in one day, and he knew he was a demon lord. Gracios, the Witch's Labyrinth. As the name implies, it was a mysterious dungeon full of riddles built by the witch herself. Now Iris and her squad were fighting monsters there. Wiping sweat from her face, the girl realized they should already be deep in the dungeon. Lutessa complained that after so much time, they had only reached the 4th layer. It had taken them 9 days. Gelder noted they had about 2 hours left before the time limit, in the middle of the 9th day. She thought this would be their final layer for the rest of time, and the witch added that the previous maps were useless because the dungeon was rebuilt every 9 days. Lutessa figured the 4th layer set a record for them, and the witch agreed. The squad called Iris, reported the rear guard was fine and hadn't lost anyone else. Thoughtfully, Lutessa said that even if they called it a new record, it would be useless once the structure changed. She felt bored and that they had no real adventure. Ranzel disagreed and reminded them they had defeated the 3-layer guardians and obtained many valuable items. Either way, the girl was delighted to go on an adventure with Mistress Iris, so happy she couldn't contain herself. Lutessa did not share the joy and called her comrade naive, even though she had fun with Iris, because she thought the dungeon was not worth their effort. Ranzel sighed and told her friend not to judge everything by her own interests, saying Lutessa's breasts were empty, but the girl misunderstood, and Iris listened and partly agreed. Over the 9 days underground, they learned a lot and enjoyed themselves, and she felt the adventure was worth the effort after they solved riddles and defeated layer guardians. Iris refused to let the traces of their adventures simply vanish into thin air, and asked Gelder whether they could escape the dungeon if they stayed. The witch did not know the answer, and said that no one who stayed in the dungeon during the automatic reconstruction returned home. That is why the dungeon was known as the People-Eating Dungeon. Gelder said they had to escape before the time limit ran out, or they would be eaten. Having warned Iris not to let any strange thoughts about it enter her mind, she felt as if the night had pierced her. She asked whether this was the dungeon's final layer. Gelder said witches favored 3, 7, 9, and 12. 4 was unlucky, so the girl assumed it was not the final layer. The dungeon was not over, but Iris felt encouraged that they still had a path ahead, and Gelder noted this was typical of her friend, while the witch admitted she was already tired after reaching the 4th layer. Remembering her partner was a witch, Iris asked if she knew who had created the dungeon. The girl said it was created 30 years ago, and Gelder turned away and replied she had a couple of people in mind. These were only theories, and the witch would say no more, but Gelder added that the creator could be an incredibly powerful sorcerer. No ordinary witch could build such a complex, multi-layered dungeon. Iris knew they were far from ordinary, but she decided not to tell Gel. The witch suggested the dungeon's creator might share Hortensia's temperament, and Iris only laughed politely. She agreed with her partner that the dungeon's restrictions were a real problem, and Gilda said the worst was the ban on teleportation magic, which they couldn't use. Iris reminded them they could use the pterosaur gem instead of magic. The girl wondered why the restriction applied only to teleportation magic and not to items. The girl sighed and called it discrimination because the magic and the object worked the same way. Gelder wasn't sure if it was a joke or something else, but was convinced it was done on purpose. Iris told them to stay alert until the end. At that moment, Lutessa and Ranzel ran up and said everyone had reached the rear guard. Before leaving, the witch asked them to wait while she lit the way. When they reached the meeting place, they saw the same platform that marked the end of each layer, which meant the fourth level was finished. A circular portal opened above the platform. Gelder warned something was approaching, and a huge dragon emerged from it, the guardian of the fourth layer. With a head start on the tyrannical stone dragon Bergant, he landed on the platform and fixed everyone with a predatory stare. The wolf, the fighter, and the hunter drew their weapons and readied themselves to attack. Lutessa was eager for the rematch with the giant basilisk. It had been hard for the others to fight him before, but now the team has gained strength and experience. This time will be different. Iris drew her weapon and held it out. She ordered the knights to assemble and leave no one behind. With a smile, the girl reassured them they would all return safely to the capital. People from all sides ran toward the dragon. 2 days before the dungeon events, Mirabu was screaming in her room that she couldn't understand it and scattered the paper she was holding, while a young man with a cup of tea noticed his friend making noise in the middle of the night again. Still indignant, the girl shouted that this was simply unforgivable, while Rick caught the papers in midair and tried to fold them. Mirabu was desperate and slammed her fists on the table, upset that the reconnaissance detachment's list contained no craftsman. Rika tried to calm her and told her their next mission would be a search in the Lucas Plain area. It would take them half a day to get there, so they would set up camp outside. Suggesting they bond over an adventure, the girl echoed the guild clerk's description of the quest reconstruction, and Rika tried to cheer her up by carefully folding the documents and handing them to the craftsman. Rika reminded them the scouting party would be back soon, so they might run into them, and Volt, listening, had a question. Asked about the summoner Marita, Rika said she didn't know her personally, but the young man was sure she still knew more than he did. Rika thought it over and said Marita was known as a reliable summoner, but she was not a regular group member and always went alone. The boy didn't understand and asked how Marita could go on adventures alone when the spell took time. Rick explained that sometimes a temporary group was formed, so the summoner was not actually alone. The girl said summoners had destructive power. They were like artisans limited in their role as adventurers. At that moment, Mirabu appeared behind her, displeased that her partner had spoken poorly of her profession. Rika immediately denied it. Valet realized from his words that their styles were different, even if they were less effective. The boy said Merida, who rose to a high-ranking adventurer early, could be considered an elite. The girl said the summoner had been rejected in love and accused of summoning a giant. Rika muttered that Meredith's troubles had followed her around. Mirabu suddenly asked Ishut whether he thought it was cool that he had saved Marita and stepped in during her troubles. For the craftsman, this marked the start of love. She folded her hands to her chest dreamily, and the hero muttered that her behavior was too childish, which she disliked, but he ignored her and told the partners to go to bed. Volt studied the files on the table and did not think Marita had used telepathy out of love to start his demon lords. In any case, the young man should ask her about it. With the dragon defeated, Iris exhaled. The others were tired and battered, and Ranzel said the monster matched the previous one in strength. Iris was relieved there had been no casualties, and Lutessa agreed. Although many were wounded, it showed they were stronger, and the knight noticed They did not need Isuto's help this time, so she felt her team had grown. Ranzel stepped up and offered her a healing potion, and Iris said thoughtfully that if Waltz had been there, they would have finished off the wounded with the fewest number. Ranzel suddenly snapped that they did not need this pathetic weak man and was annoyed that the lady cared so much about him. She said Ishuto's fighting style was so beautiful she couldn't stop thinking about him. Gelder said the meeting vault was a good catalyst for Iris and that the girl fought brilliantly. Iris thanked them and reminded them they still had a long way to go. Although they had defeated the fourth layer guardian, the battle had taken an hour and many were still wounded. Lutessa said Iris's only flaw was being overzealous and that in times like these, a knight should be content. Thoughtfully, the girl said her partner might be right, and Lutessa suggested offering a few words of thanks to Iris. The hunter said that with people like that, they could reach the fifth layer together. Iris refused immediately, saying they did not have time. Ranzel and Gelder peered through the door into the next layer, and knowing the dungeon did not end, there was enough for them, so the witch told them to go back while they still had time. Iris said she was handing over Commander Lance, whose voice was louder than hers. She was glad. Taking a deep breath, she called everyone to gather and do their best. They might not have cleared the dungeon completely, but the team had already reached the uncharted fourth layer and confirmed a fifth existed. Ranzel announced they could proudly say they had completed the mission assigned to them, and with that, the expedition was over. The girl said they would now leave the dungeon one by one through the Tarasorge M, starting with the wounded, and asked them to extend their hands to save time. After a while, the girls were left alone in the dungeon. Spotting the huntress quickly examining the papers, one of them asked what was happening. The huntress explained that one person was missing from the list. Utessa reported that 96 people were with them when they entered the fourth layer. 90 had already moved, and only 5 were girls, so one member was missing. Iris couldn't understand how this had happened since they'd counted everyone correctly, and she glanced at Gelder, seeing the witch staring intently at something. Without warning, Gilder turned toward the void and asked them to stop playing hide-and-seek with them. A girl stepped out of the shadows toward them. Iris thought she looked familiar. The knight asked if she was the summoner, Marisha Ebro. The girl only smiled. Lutessa smiled and said she was curious about who the missing person on the list was, calling her the troublemaker who made the fourth group leave as soon as they entered the dungeon. Marie laughed and called it a small punishment for their long tongues because she disliked how familiar they were with her. Lance was angry with her. She felt that setting a fire and putting them at risk went too far. A verbal reprimand would have been enough in that situation. Gilda asked Iris to step aside. She cast her release magic on Merida, or the one posing as her, and pentagrams formed above and below the girl. She confessed to make herself careless. The witch had to recreate the summoner's personality, so she kept quiet about knowing Gelder. The girl asked to be forgiven. Her features shifted, surprising Iris. Now they could see the guest's true form. Iris thought the girl looked like a fragile doll, but like the others, she still felt a steady sense of danger. The girl introduced herself as Dasha, the daughter and only student of the great witch Briggan, and the young sorceress was pleased to meet them. Iris recognized her as the owner of the Book of Prophecies Gelder had. The witch introduced the small creature on her shoulder as her familiar Asmodeus and said he was cute, watching Iris for a reaction. The demon spoke up. The familiar said it was rude to call him a small creature. Ranzel and Lutessa were surprised the familiar could speak. Gelder asked Dasha whether she was the witch Briggine's daughter. Dasha confirmed it. Gelder found that strange because the woman had no family, let alone a child. Dasha laughed. She said the witch knew little because the world is so vast. The girl believed that however long someone lives, a person who is not a god, cannot have everything in the world. Gelda turned her attention to the staff and asked whether it came from the witch brigand's collection and whether it belonged to the legendary summoner Vesaurus. Darshan observed that while the witch did not know everything, she had not spent her years in idle pleasure, and Gelda recalled that a first-class summoner with a matching staff could call up nearly any beast. The witch suddenly understood everything. Dasha had summoned the fire giant, and her team was surprised to hear this. Dasha noticed that Gilda was very intelligent, and was not surprised she had once been her mother's rival, while the witch said she had not expected that of Brigand, who simply followed her wherever she went. Sometimes, Gelda thought Dasha was spying out of jealousy. These words hurt Dasha's pride. Dasha became angry and said she would not tolerate insults to her mother. The girl considered it a fact. Without taking her eyes off the witch, Dasha muttered that she needed a lesson in manners. Gelda waved her hand and asked whether the girl would tell her about her goals. Dasha unleashed the giant Surtur in the capital and disguised herself as the summoner Marita to join the reconnaissance squad. Gelda knew all this, but did not understand her intentions. The villain smirked and advised her to use her brain. In the end, she chose to give them a hint, saying the reconnaissance was secondary and the release of the searchers happened for a different reason, which made Lutessa's head spin and left her even more confused. Dasha said she simply could not conquer this dungeon for anyone. At that point, Gelda realized the dungeon had been made by Brigand herself, and Dasha confirmed it. Thoughtfully, she said she had overestimated Gelda, and the witch could not believe it had taken them so long to reach the fourth layer. Lutessa was angry and tried to pounce, but Ranzel stopped her. Bersha asked Gelda if, after using all her power to free the boys, she could have gone deeper into the dungeon, and the witch replied that it would not help Iris and the others get better. The villains laughed that Gelda, once a witch with outstanding potential in history, had become a nanny. The girl looked down on her. Gelda wondered when the girl would stop talking. They had already lost 30 minutes because of her. In 1492, the witch warned that even Dasha would get into trouble if she stayed in the dungeon during the reconstruction. Dasha wasn't worried because Asmodis would protect her, so she planned to stay. The entrance to the fifth layer was open, which made her glad. Gelda said flatly she did not care what would happen to Dasha. The girl thanked her for the warning and asked her not to worry about her. Dasha decided to hold back and let the young witch go, but Iris had other plans and stopped the villain. The girl asked whether the real summoner Marito was alive. The witch said she had not killed her, but had only copied her body data carefully to exactly match her appearance. If she was lucky, someone would find her. The boys realized that if no one found their friend, in the worst case, she would die. It all sounded terrible and made Iris angry, and the young witch laughed and insisted she was not heartless. She asked whether Iris thought it would be better to kill Marita right then. The girl said it was nice to talk with them and say goodbye. Behind her, the fifth-floor door opened, revealing a staircase. Iris asked Geldor whether they should let Dasha go. The witch told them not to rush and to get out of the dungeon first. At that moment, the villain remembered she had not finished the spell. The girl spoke the final words of the spell and waved the legendary staff. A three-headed dog, Cerberus, appeared before the squad, its eyes full of madness. Dacia then said she had done what she wanted and left. Seeing the monster, Lutessa knew they had no time to fight it. Ranzel shouted for her to use the Tarasaur stone, but she said it had turned to dust. Delta said she hadn't faced a Cerberus in about 100 years, and remembered only that the beast had a skill that stopped enemies from escaping. It also resisted magic, which made it dangerous for heroes. The dungeon's restrictions prevented the girls from using teleportation magic or any magic items, and they also lacked time to trigger the dungeon's automatic rebuilding. Iris refused to give up, despite the difficult situation. She kept fighting because she believed they still had a chance and mentally addressed issue. Night had fallen over the young man's camp on the Lucas Hills. The tents were pitched and fires burned. Volt looked around as if sensing something. Mura and Rico stood by the grill and cheerfully told their partner they had left him no meat, and he was indignant. He asked Mirabu how she had eaten so fast that the food was gone. Mirabu said barbecue was like a real war, and he told her to eat in moderation. Rika, handing a plate to Volt, asked if he wanted anything. The young man said that although it was not travel season, the place felt lively, almost like a festival, and Rick noticed it too. She assumed it was prepared to mark the reconnaissance party's return. Volt asked if she meant the one in Gracios. Rika confirmed and added that Iris and the rest of their acquaintances were in the party. The girl expected they'd only watch them return, but she didn't expect them to set up a camp here. That clarified whether Gracios was nearby. Rika said she had heard the entrance was nearby. The boy remembered the dungeon changed every 7 days and was surprised a week had already passed. Rick laughed and noted that her partner lost track of time when he did quests. She had assumed the reconnaissance party would remain in the camp overnight. The young man now understood why it had been so lively. He suggested they wait for Iris and the others. Mira praised Volt. Noticing he kept thinking about Iris, she asked if he cared about her. He frowned and said that when he first arrived in Leha, Iris and the other boys had helped him in those early days. After the girl looked after him several times, Mirabu, Grant, and Rika felt awkward. The craftsman was partly right. The hero had his own reasons for being interested in Iris. People in the camp began calling for help. A noise and a rumble drew the team's attention. Wounded monsters lay among broken armor. They urged people to contact the capital and call an observer. One of them was in very bad condition and asked for water. When Volt saw the new guests, he recognized them and stepped closer to ask what had happened. The monsters remembered him too, trembling as they asked what Ishuto was doing here. The hero was surprised they even knew his name. The lizard said everyone in the capital knew him as the hero who helped the Silver Wolf Knights destroy a searcher. Volt shouted that he should not be called a hero. The monster immediately apologized. The man apologized for being harsh and asked what had happened, and the lizard quickly regained composure and said they wanted to speak to the guild because Iris and her team had been left in the Gracios dungeon, which surprised Volt. The monster reported that the 3rd Special Reconnaissance Squad had left Iris, and with the Silver Wolf Squad, exited the dungeon. The team realized at once that after so long the dungeon was already recovering. The lizard said that no one who stayed in the dungeon during its restoration came back alive, and now the group is split between those who want to help and those who prefer to watch the situation before deciding. Entering the dungeon while it was being restored was far too dangerous, so rescuing Iris and the others was impossible, and the monster added that they didn't even know where they were. So she and her younger brother decided to tell the others. While Volt was thinking, someone brought them a communication device. The lizard thanked the observer. The box held a crystal that needed mana poured into it. Isuto had never seen an item like that before. Elsie's hologram, the night shift supervisor, appeared before them, greeted them, and said they had reached the Adventurers Guild branch in the capital, which Volt found to be a very convenient way to communicate over long distances. Surprised to see Rika and Mariba, the girl asked what it all meant. Rika and Mariba were happy to see her. The monster drew attention to himself and said the matter was urgent. He reported the Silver Wolf Knight Squad remained inside the dungeon and had not returned yet. The dungeon had begun the process of rebuilding, so they had no time left. They were waiting for further orders. She said she couldn't decide on her own and was about to tell the guild leader when a drunken Hortensia suddenly appeared beside her. The lizard was pleased to see her. Volt gave a weary sigh. Seeing the fox's flushed face, he realized she had been drinking. The young man asked if she fully understood the situation. The girl asked who he thought she was. She said being this drunk was normal for her. The man could not see why she was proud. The hero asked what they should do, pointing at the brothers running toward them as if there were no tomorrow. He warned them not to listen to the drunken guildmaster, and the boy said seriously that giving the right answer was the least Lamai could do. After those words, the alcohol seemed to evaporate from the fox's body, and she agreed the Volt was right, unable to believe this could happen to Gelder. The situation was dire and complex, so Tonsia, representing the capital branch of the Adventurers Guild, ordered the reconnaissance team to return home by dawn. Shocked by what they heard, the lizard said the leader had no right to talk about his adventurers that way, called the order absurd, and the girl told them to calm down. Tensia urged them to be realistic, noting their mana and endurance were gone, so entering the dungeon would make saving their comrades impossible and would only cause a second catastrophe. The lizard disagreed, saying this squad had proven the most effective on the reconnaissance mission and had saved him from danger countless times. Volt, who had been listening quietly, stepped forward and said he would go underground to retrieve the party and promised to bring Iris and the others back. The guild leader was surprised. The young man said he had a little to drink, but still had enough stamina and mana left. The hero thought he'd be more useful than the exhausted adventurers, or so Tonsia agreed, remembering that Volt had repeatedly defied common sense. Elsie watched the leader with concern, thinking that in any case, rescuing the Silver Wolf Knights would be nearly impossible without the necessary skills, and that they had no time left. In this situation, trusting the boy's abilities is their best option. The leader said she will personally give him an emergency quest. Tansia also asked the others to help. People rushed to prepare food using all sorts of potions, a clock, a magic lamp, and a terrasource stone. Turning to Eshoot, the leader assured him she considered Geldus a close friend, treasured Iris as well, and thought of the charming Lance, the sweet Raytessa, and the cruel Fluffy one. Hortensia admitted she might seem like a poor leader, but said she couldn't accept having to leave the party, and the boy chuckled, muttering that she should have said that sooner. The leader formally assigned Valtenu the urgent mission to rescue the Silver Wolf squad and asked if he would accept it. He had been waiting for those words. Ishuto's group says goodbye to the guild leader and announces they are heading into the dungeon to rescue the Silver Wolf Knights. The guild leader and Elsie encouraged them, told them to be careful, and sent them on their way. Worried, Elsie asks the leader whether they should let Rika and Mirab go to the Gracios dungeon. She is worried that Rika and Mirabu are low level, and even with Ishuto supervising, Gracios is so dangerous it needs a party of top-class adventurers to clear it. Worried the task came up suddenly, and the group didn't have time to prepare, Elsie is reassured by the leader, who points out that Elsie saw for herself how the girls reacted when they were told to stay. The girls reacted strongly, saying they were part of Ishuto's group, could be useful, and would help however they could, refused to sit back, and would go with him to the dungeon. And no matter what anyone said, they were a team. Watching from the sidelines, Ishuto was clearly happy to see the girls' determination and their eagerness to help him in this dangerous adventure, and the leader noticed. The chief was deeply moved by how Ishuto looked proud of his younger sister's height, and Elsie blushed with embarrassment and asked the chief not to tell them about it. The head started to recall their first meeting with Ishuto. Fondly remembering, She says Ishito was blessed with good comrades, and he agrees, confirming she is glad to be his guild servant. The guild leader stretched, walked away, and said she would have to come up with a special reward for Ishito and apologized to Elsie for having to tell everyone. Elsie said she would do everything. The leader looks at the dead communication stone, then turns to the team and tells them he believes in their abilities even though they cannot hear him. The group moved through the forest toward the dungeon, and along the way they came across a group that had escaped and argued whether to go back to rescue those still inside or to head to the capital. Cruel shows up. Cruel suddenly appeared here, ran to meet Ishito, and they hugged. Then Ishito remembered. He remembers that Cruel can teleport, but it only works on himself, so Cruel keeps complaining. Ishito suspected Gelder had teleported the whole group, but someone explained a dungeon mechanism blocked teleportation magic and even Gelder could not break it. Ishito comforts Cruel by petting him, and a survivor tells him the dungeon can be escaped with a special teleportation item and says they escaped using the 5 Saurian stone, but he is interrupted. People asked him whether Iris and her group should take a stone like that with them. The lizard man said, yes, they had it, but since they still had not returned, for some reason they could not use it. Ishito's squad apologized to the survivor for asking those questions. Ishito says the situation is mostly clear to him. Members planning to go to the capital say searching is pointless without a dungeon map. Ishute replies they will find them easily using Cruel's nose, which can pick up their scent well. The lizard man thanks Ishito, bows to him, and entrusts the fate of the Silver Wolf Knight squad to him. Everyone bows to Ishito, calling him their last hope and a super newbie, and expecting great things from him, and Ishito smirks at the flattery. Confident, Ishito, Rika, and Mirabu enter the dungeon, telling each other they can handle the task. Inside the gratuitous dungeon, adventurers already face danger and an unknown dragon. Marabo is terrified. The dragon's claws are inches from her face as she screams in terror. Mirabu saves Ishute with one blow while feeding the dragon, and she thinks she almost wet herself, but Ishute saved not only her life, but also her honor. The dungeon felt dangerous and nightmarish. Although she was glad to come, she had not expected so many powerful monsters. She knew this place was not suitable for someone like her, and thought Rika was used to it. Rika herself is going through fearful days and barely answers Mirabu's questions. Rika begins in a trembling voice, saying she is a black magician and will blast the monsters if anything happens. Panicking, Mirabu warns Rika not to use fireball in such a tight space. Even if it does not burn anyone, everyone could suffocate from lack of oxygen, and Rika realizes how dangerous the spell and the cave are. Mirabu points out that they are surrounded by rocks and dust, so any earth magic used here will become even stronger. Mirabu says a normal mage would use earth magic here, but for Rika, it is very dangerous, and she notes the same principle applied in the Sublime Swamps. Rika decides to use only wind or water magic in the dungeon. Mirabu says that's reasonable, then goes quiet and changes the subject. In the background, Ishette handles the monsters one by one, literally using one blow at a time. Mirabu says that with Ishato at their side, their only task in this dungeon is to follow him, and they watch with Rika as Ishato stands on a pile of monster corpses. The girls think these monsters could kill anyone with a single strike. Ishito is so strong, he turns fights into a corpse factory. If they were there, a single scratch would kill them. Ichi too stands tall, stretches his shoulder, glad the exercise sobered him up, and calls to Rika and Miraba to check if they're okay. The girls say they are fine. Ishitoto is glad for them. Merchop keeps praising Ishito's strength, saying Ishito never even lost his breath and is a monster, and at that point, Cruel grew alarmed and started looking around. Cruel suddenly ran off barking to draw attention to himself. Ishuedo chased after him and shouted for the girls to chase the dog too, probably having caught the boy's scent from the Silver Wolf squad. The girls brightened, hope in their eyes that Iris and the others were alive. Ishuto said the chances were very high and ran deeper into the cave after Cruel. Ishat warned the girls this would not be an easy walk, asked if they could follow him, and they exchanged glances. Determined, Mirabu insisted her walking skills should not be underestimated, and Rika said she would go to issue 2 even if it was just to help. Ishtuta liked their determination, so he and the girls ran further into the cave after the cruel figure, but they soon reached a dead end. Rika suggests taking a detour to bypass the dead end, but Mirabu says they don't have time. Mirabu suggests blowing up the wall with a grenade, but Isuto tells her to save it for a more suitable time. Isuto asked Carol to step away from the wall while he moved closer, touched it, and focused. Then he should break through the wall with his hand. The girls were very surprised and a little scared, while the cruel one was the only person pleased with the outcome. Ishito is surprised the wall is weaker than expected. Mirabu says a grenade would likely cause a collapse, so brute force is safer. She would never consider using one, and in her eyes, Ishito is a madman. The group then took a brutal path, literally fighting their way to the goal. Mirabu is amazed that he can literally conquer the dungeon and destroy everything in his path. Rika, hurrying to catch up with Ishuto, tells herself she's starting to understand how to fight in this dungeon. Rika thought again that the surroundings required water and wind magic, but her main attack was light, so she shouted that she would cover Ishuto and, in a rush of emotion, accidentally shot lightning at Ishuto's back. Rika began apologizing, and Ishuto joked that she should prepare for a counterattack. He was getting tired because they had broken through a lot of rock and still had not reached the right place. Ask the girls if they are tired. They happily say they are fine, because Marabu took enough potions and they can continue walking. He is relieved the girls are okay and surprised that Mirabu, thanks to her walking skill, does not complain about the long distance and can easily carry most of their things. And Mirabu herself is surprised. It showed someone smiling sweetly and praising Miraba, saying he had doubted her, but she had what it took to fulfill her dream of becoming an item master. An item. Mirabu froze for a few seconds, then grew embarrassed by Ishut's compliments and blushed deeply. Pleased by Ishuto's compliments, she scolded him, saying he would achieve nothing by complimenting her, and Ishuto, confused, asked why she was blushing. Turning to the next wall, he waved his hand and told Mirab to focus on her dream and that he would come whenever she needed him. She stood quietly, remembering her promise to become stronger and his words to trust him without hesitation. Mirabu felt embarrassed again and berated herself for becoming too soft, ashamed that no one had asked about Ishot's care. Meanwhile, Ishut knocked down another wall and was surprised by what he saw. The girls drew closest to him and were surprised by the sight, staring into the unfathomable abyss and wondering what it was, while Rika believed this place was the very depths of hell. Ishito told the girls this was another dimension where the usual laws of physics do not apply, and a frightened Mirabu asked how he could speak so calmly about it. Mirabu scolded Issue 2 for not reacting when he saw the space, and Issue 2 said he had been pulled into it before, so he was no longer afraid. Ask Krull for their opinion on the issue. Krull peered intently into the abyss. Krull jumped sharply into the space. Ishuto agreed and told the girls to follow him. Mirabu was shocked and frightened, and Riko went ahead. Mirabu hesitated at the entrance to the mysterious space for a long time, but she had come too far to turn back, so she gathered her courage and followed her friends. Iris faces a massive Cerberus. Standing there, She thinks they can't keep up with these endless battles when Gelder calls out and says that thanks to gravity magic, Gracios is still standing and she can stop the gimmick that appeared at midnight. Eraser wants to invade him and absorb everything, and Iris thinks the labyrinth system won't stop him even if they attack, so she says the situation looks bad for them. Gelder says her magic won't last long and hopes Cruel will get her help from outside. Lance interrupts and suggests they first defeat the Cerberus in front of them. Iris agrees and Lance takes the task, proudly saying her full name, declaring herself the best in short fights and rushing into battle. Deciding to use her special technique Storm and Onslaught, she switched to lighter, glowing magic armor and rushed the Cerberus alone as Gelder tried to stop her. Gelder failed to stop, so Lance struck each of the 3 Cerberus heads in turn and dealt massive damage. Everyone was relieved that Lance had defeated the Cerberus, and Lance was glad she had destroyed it for Iris, but Iris suddenly screamed, warning Lance to be careful. While flying, Lance looked back and saw a huge, angry Cerberus standing behind her, watching and ready to take revenge right away. The monster immediately attacked Lance, firing from its mouth. Iris called out to her, feared for her life, and rushed to help her. Iris tries to save Lance, but is nearly attacked by a Cerberus, and Lutessa shouts to Iris that she will personally save Lance. Maintaining her gravity magic, Gelder shouts to Iris to listen to what Lutessa is saying, and Iris asks if Gelder knows anything about Cerberus, but Gelder has forgotten, even though she once defeated it. She says defeating Cerberus requires destroying 3 of the monster's goths at the same time. Only that will kill him. Iris refuses to accept that this is their end, and she fails to notice the Cerberus already at her back. The monster knocked Iris aside. Gelder and Lutessa called out to her in fear. Trying to get up, Iris kept thinking the Cerberus only took damage from physical attacks and that destroying all 3 heads by themselves would be very difficult. Iris tries to get up, but feels she cannot. She wants to protect her friends and refuses to die here. Angry with herself, she tells herself again that she doesn't want this. I was remembered as Ischuto when his hand rose from the ground. Ishu caught Iris and held her in his arms. He said he had finally found her after searching. Iris looked at her rescuer with surprise and hope. Ischuto came to their aid, shocking Lutessa and Gelder. Iris, cradled in his arms, quietly said his name. Holding her, Ischuto said he was looking for her and apologized for the wait. Slinging Iris over his shoulder, he dodged the Cerberus's attack that still aimed to kill them. Surprised that Iris's group had been trapped in this dangerous place and that Iris was struggling against the Cerberus, which was unlike her. Lutessa is relieved that Ischuto arrived just in time, and Gelder is shocked that he reached them because the dungeon should have been rebuilt by now. Rika jumped out from behind Gelder and said they had arrived thanks to Cruel. Gelder looked at her, remembered how Rika had caused a snowstorm on Certra, and spoke her full name. Rika felt a little embarrassed that Gelder remembered her and began to explain timidly that Cruel was following Lutessa's scent, but she was interrupted. The cheerful Cruel and Lutessa ran into each other's arms, crying out loudly. As Cruel and Lutessa celebrated their reunion, Mirabu approached and apologized for the long journey. Gelder did not know her, so Samrabu introduced Mirabu, gave her full name, and said she was a craftsman with the Ischuto crew. Mirabu then told how they had been cruelly followed and how Ischuto had broken through walls to reach their group. Gelder was very surprised by the story. Gelder was amazed that Ischuto had ignored the dungeon rules and called him an extraordinary person who had saved them. Ischuto overheard her praise and was surprised because he did not hear that every day. Meanwhile, the Cerberus paused its attack on Azuto, and he joked that the hound had sensed his strength and was surprisingly clever. Iris told Ishuto that this Cerberus is an underworld guardian and will be stronger than the giant's searcher. And then Lutessa added that because of his unique skill, the Pterosaur stone is useless. Issued took in the whole situation and said she would deal with this dog herself and that everyone should leave the dungeon by the path they had made. Then Mirabu began screaming and Issued, frightened, turned abruptly to see what had happened. It turned out the escape route they were counting on was overrun by bugs. Their escape plan was ruined. Distracted by the bugs, Ishuto almost let the Cerberus eat them and Iris, but he reacted in time and dodged the hound's attack. Dodging the monster's attacks, Isuto asked Iris which bugs were blocking their escape route. Running from the Cerberus attacks, Ishuto and Iris hear Iris say, "These bugs, like the dungeon system, will not stop until they erase the whole space," and Ishuto realizes the only way out is to defeat the Cerberus and use the teleport. Ishuto said the guild leader sent them to rescue Iris' group and that they have everything they need to leave the dungeon. Iris awkwardly asks to be put down. Ishuto moves to attack alone, but Iris stops him. Iris tells Ishuto that to defeat Cerberus, he must destroy all 3 heads at once, and that only physical attacks will hurt him. Issue 2, realizing Lutessa's magic rifle and Rika's black magic will not help him, is knocked unconscious and falls silent for a moment. He says this means only Mirabu can help him. She hears it, and for the first time, realizes what Ishut said. She screamed in terror, insisting she couldn't do it because she was only a level 1 craftsman, and that it would be better if Ishuto cloned himself, and he looked at her seriously and told her to be realistic. Ishuto says she has bombs and must throw them all at once into the mouth of one Cerberus head. Doubt fills her, and she fears nothing will work out. Iris and Ishito encourage her. Ishito steps forward and takes her by the shoulders. He offers encouraging words and tells her they need her help. Suddenly the fear is gone, and Mirabu feels confident and determined. She says she is ready. Ishad is pleased with her resolve and believes she alone can do it. Mirabu keeps telling herself this monster is only different because it has more heads. Ishu likes her approach and encourages her. She is ready to show everything she can do. Mirabu's resolve came from Ishutu's inspiration skill, and he is confident she can now show her full power. Ishutu started giving orders, telling Mirab to prepare his bombs while he distracted the Cerberus, telling Iris to conserve her strength while she told him to be careful, and telling Rika to take care of Lance with Lutessa. Yes, Geldet was to hold out a little longer while she kept the bugs at bay. She said she was leaving Cerberus to him. Isuto now faces Cerberus, prepares for battle, and taunts him by calling him the watchdog of the underworld. Suddenly, he flies up and kicks the central head of Cerberus in the cheek. Isuto taunts Cerberus. Believing it intends to send him to the underworld, he punches Cerberus's cheek and makes a hole in it. Cerberus tries to attack his Tuto, but the Tuto easily dodges the attacks, flies higher, and declares he is the demon lord Ishvalf. Ashley. From above, he attacks Cerberus, shouting that he is far above the lords of hell, and lands a powerful kick on Cerberus's head. Mirabu prepares a bomb, while thinking about how powerful it will be, and about her past, how she was just doing her job, and now she is in a dangerous adventure that could give her a heart attack. Ishuto's motivational speech and how, after it, she is no longer afraid and completes her bomb. Mirabu feels she can do anything. She finishes the bomb, and Iris comes over to meet her. Mirabu introduces herself and says she recently joined the Ishuto team. Mirabu grew excited and began saying that every adventurer in the capital knows who Iris Frau is, and she felt she could not admit she was talking to Iris herself. Iris blushed and asked whether Mirabu was finished with the bomb. Mirabu announced eagerly that the bomb was ready, and Iris, noticing she seemed a little nervous, asked if something was bothering her. Mirabu says she is worried that, despite Ishuto's plan, she won't be able to match him and Iris. But Iris reassures her that she only needs to think about how to get the bomb into the Cerberus's mouth. Iris continued to soothe Mirabu, saying she and Ishuto would strike in sync with Mirabu's bomb, and Mirabu felt embarrassed while admiring how calm high-ranking heroes could be. A loud roar suddenly came from behind Iris, and a faint shockwave swept toward the girls, so Mirabu and Iris called out to Ishuto. His shot landed in front of them, and after checking they were ready, he said he had torn off the right head's jaw, so Mirab could more easily hit the mouth with a bomb, and that he had broken the Cerberus's bones, destroyed its organs, and that its regeneration no longer works. Issue says Mirabu will find it easier to hit a stationary target. He repeats that to kill him, 3 heads must be destroyed at once. Mirabu, shocked by Isha's strength, called him crazy. Mirabu says confidently that she can aim more accurately now. Iris, pleased by her confidence and determination, begins preparing the attack and tells Issue 2 to hit the center head. Iris shouts that she will attack the left head, and Issue 2 gives the command to begin the attack. Mirabu readies his bomb, excited and hoping it will work, signals 2 attacks, and tells Iris to fly to the Cerberus's left head, where she draws her sword and flies to the target. Lutessa and Rika watch their attack and hope it succeeds. Mirabu, Ishuto, and Iris each rush to their own serverless heads. A huge, powerful explosion erupts, and Mirabu struggles to stay on her feet against the shockwave, glad that they managed to carry out their plan. Mirabu is happy she succeeded, getting the bomb into the Cerberus's mouth, and Lutessa and Rika are glad their friends succeeded. Mirabu is relieved after defeating the monster and watches the huge cloud of smoke from the explosion. But Iris and Isuto feel something is wrong, and that the monster hasn't truly been defeated. From that cloud of smoke, the Cerberus's central head bursts out with a loud roar, and Mirabu does not understand why, since they chose the perfect moment to attack. Ishuto guessed the plan failed because the bomb was not purely mechanical. Mirabu grew very upset and apologized, saying she believed the explosion would be treated as a physical attack. Mirabu begins to cry and says she is sorry and that Cerberus is still alive because of her. Ishchak comforts Mirabu, tells her to stop crying, and admits it was his fault for overlooking details and that he has become too complacent, and Mirabu cries even more at his reassurance. Things looked bad for them, he kept saying. Neither he nor Iris could cut off the monster's 3 heads at once. Gildo's magic would soon run out, and the bugs would eat up all the space. Ishutoto spots a weapon jutting from the ground nearby and asks what it is. Iris says this is her dragon spear. Ishuto hesitated and asked if it could cause a massive explosion. Iris replies that the spear is legendary and that even hitting the Cerberus might still not be enough. Iris said, Lance can wield the spear because of superhuman strength, and even experienced knights cannot lift it. Ishuto looks at the spear and notices how heavy it is. He figured he could barely lift the spear with his thin hands, but then he remembered Mirabu bragging that weapons can be treated as objects, so he realized she could throw the legendary weapon, and he called her. He brings up the conversation when she boasted she could throw any object, and though she kept crying, she still listened to Ishayet. Iris moved to stop Ishuto and asked if he truly wanted her to throw the spear. Ishuto then asked if Mirabu could throw it. Mirabu lifted her head and said loudly that if it was an object, she could ignore the weight and throw it. Mirabu approaches the spear, screams that the weapon is an object, and clenches her teeth. Ishuto and Iris looks at her as she repeats that it is an object and calls it nonsense. Gathering all her strength, She screams that she can do it. Mirabu managed to lift the spear. Ishuto is thrilled for her, and Iris looks surprised that she succeeded. Although the Cerberus is still not restored, Ishuto calls to Mirabu that this is their last chance and says they should celebrate when they return. Ishu then orders the girls to attack. All or nothing. Iris and Mirabu immediately obey Ishu's command and launch their second attack. With all her strength, Mirabu hurled the spear and sped it up. Iris immediately flew toward the Cerberus on her wings. Ishuto was surprised that Mirabu could also change an object's speed. Lutessa and Rika once again give moral support and shout to the boys that they will succeed. You signal Mirabu and Iris to attack the Cerberus together, shouting that this is the end. Cerberus already sees an attack coming at each of his muzzles, with Mirabu's spear flying toward him and Iris's blade ready to cut him. Each attack hits every head of the Cerberus. The man who pierced Cerberus's head through and through stands behind him and speaks pompously. He apologizes to Cerberus for what he is about to say, and Iris and Mirabu hope they succeeded. Then he finishes by saying that today Cerberus himself will go to hell. At the pedestal, the girl says Gracios is widely known as a dungeon that devours living beings, with debris and ruins behind her as she steps closer. The girl, a witch Dasha, stands at a pedestal, laughs, and says her mother left a precious thing, becoming curious as she looks and wonders what it is. Dasha is surprised to find a doll there. Her companion on her shoulder says he feels no special aura in her. Dasha agrees, saying there is nothing special about her. The girl is certain her mother left this doll for her. Her companion asks what she will do with the dungeon. Having cleared it, the choice to seal it or leave it open is hers. She said this place is her mother's creation. Leaving it open lets it continue to serve its purpose, and her companion accepts the choice. She says her dungeon journey has ended, and it is time to learn more about the demon lord. Smiling, Dasha began her journey and said she was a busy woman, even if you couldn't tell by looking at her. Now, in the capital, he sneezes and asks what was said about him while standing in the middle of a busy street. News of the labyrinth rescue has reached the capital, and everyone talks about how Ishuto saved Iris's group, but Ishuto is not thrilled by their praise of him as a hero. Being called a hero by everyone really irritates him. Ishuto grumbles that, as expected, the most popular place is crowded and rumors run ahead of the facts, and he is unhappy with what people say about him. He stands and looks at the envelope containing the letter. Ishu remembered how the letter came to him. The news surprised him. Iris had brought the letter, saying it was his reward. Ishet opened the envelope and found a coupon inside. He assumed it was a meal coupon. Iris was very confused. The coupon said, "One-day date voucher." Reading the coupon made Ishuto very embarrassed. Iris said the leader had decided the reward. She made sure Ishuto received it, then ran away embarrassed. Ishuto stared at Iris's signature in the corner of the coupon, staying in the square as he replayed how he'd felt when he received it. He was angry the guild had spent its budget on this, but the idea of a date with Iris still nagged at him. Ishuto slips the envelope into his inner pocket, pleased with the award. He wonders if meeting in the center was worth it, since they live in the same place. Mirabu, Rika, and Lutessa have been watching issue 2 from behind the bushes. They are eager to watch Iris and issue 2's date because Lutessa says something grand will happen. Rika will forgive the girls for being quiet. He turned sharply to see what was happening behind him. But apart from passers-by, walking around the center of the capital, he saw nothing. Ishuto told himself he was just nervous and imagining things. The girls hid in the bushes and behind the wall, whispering that they had almost been caught. Lutesa's skill, which masked the group's presence, saved them. Mirabu is glad they invited Lutesa along. Rika is again impressed by the A-class adventurer's abilities. Lutesa asks what level the girls are at, saying they should have raised it after such a dangerous dungeon. The girls are pleased. They happily tell Lutesa that Mirabu is now a level 3 artist and Rika has reached level 4. Lutesa sincerely congratulates the girls. Mirabu says she couldn't get out of bed for a long time after the adventure because of muscle pain. Lutesa says that was expected after Mirabu threw Lance's spear. Lutesa asked how many levels Isuto had gained based on the girls' heights. Rika began to answer her. Rika says Isuto is still level 0. Lutesa is very surprised and tells the girls she talked to Gelder about the level-up system but learned nothing, and then she is abruptly interrupted. Mirabu shouted that Iris had already arrived for the date. The girl began to gather to watch Isuto and Iris. Isuto had waited a long time for her. Iris's arrival moved him deeply and left him speechless. The girls behind the bushes murmured about how gorgeous she looked. Iris asks Isuto if everything is okay because he stood there silent. Isu straightened, looked away, and blushed, saying everything was fine and that he had just arrived. The girls watched him, and an excited Mirabu said Isu was embarrassed. Mirabu says he was not so shy when they swam together. Lutesa says prim and proper women are a weakness. Rika asks whether Lutesa means she and Mirabu are different, and Lutesa yells for the couple to leave. Isuto asks Iris to go out and she agrees. Isuto walks ahead, thinking they never planned any dates and aren't sure what to do next. Iris froze, thinking about what Lutesa had told her before her date with Isuto, while he watched her with interest and asked what had happened. Iris says Lutesa told her that since they're going on a date, they should hold hands, which shocks Isuto, and Iris then asks timidly if he minds them holding hands, causing him to blush. Isha reached out timidly and offered his hand to her, and Iris placed her hand in his. They held each other's hands. Isuto felt very embarrassed as he thought about his and Iris's ages. He was 30, and Iris was only 15. He felt like a pedophile, but in the guild records after his reincarnation, he listed his age as 18. Isuto pulled himself together, said they would figure it out as they went, and they continued walking. Lutesa, Mirabu, and Rika watch the couple and are touched by their innocent, clumsy behavior, and Mirabu calls it priceless, while Rika feels conflicted. The couple visited a few clothing and department stores, walked around the square looking at stalls, and ended up in a park full of couples in love, which made them very embarrassed. The date was fairly typical, but Isuto and Iris were happy to be together. They arrive at a pancake shop. Iris giggles and says she's glad she could eat pancakes with Isuto again. Isuto agrees and says it was a good idea. They talk about pancake fillings. Isuto asks where Iris wants to go next. Iris says they can go wherever he prefers. While eating his pancake, he looks at her questioningly. Isuto asked what was wrong with Iris. He thought she wanted to go to the gun shop. She said timidly that she did want to go, but there was a problem. Iris thinks again about what Lutesa told her. Isuto asks what she told her this time. Iris answered that Lutesa told her she was not an adventurer that day, but an ordinary girl. Isuto said that Elf was nothing but trouble. They kept walking, and Isuto asked Iris to listen. He reassured her that he was tolerant and would not criticize her hobbies. Iris blushed slightly and looked at him. Iris asked Isuto if he wanted to go to the weapons store with her. Blushing, he proudly said he would. Iris laughed and thanked him. They walked towards the store. They decide to go to a shop called Victory Song of the God of War, where they meet an old acquaintance, Carlin. who compliments Iris's outfit and asks whether Iris and Ishuto are lovers, leaving Iris very embarrassed. The shop owner said she had not expected their relationship to progress so quickly. Iris became more embarrassed, denied it, and said she did not understand. And then the owner shouted that she had almost forgotten. Carleen said she needed more time to fix Iris Mistletane's sword, and Iris reassured her they wouldn't go on any adventures until Lance was fully recovered, while Ishuto looked around the shop. Carlin called Yuto abruptly and shifted the topic to his sudden celebrity, leaving Yuto indignant as she told Iris that everyone was calling him a hero. It should feel irritated when people call him a hero, and in his head, he begs everyone to stop calling him a hero. She kept talking about how he went to rescue Iris' group unarmed, then remembered and began talking about the sword Ishuto had been searching for. Ishuto doesn't remember them discussing anything like that. Carlin reminds him they talked about an oriental scimitar and demon iron ore. After researching extensively, she learned of a race that specializes in working with demonic iron, and Ishuto asks eagerly what kind of race it is. Carlin says this race consists of blacksmiths called gnomes, a type of fairy. Ishuto says he has never heard of such a race and is interrupted. Carlin says any sword that reacts to mana, including the Eastern Jagatan, is a magic sword. Hearing that makes Ishuto's heart race. He says the dwarven blacksmiths can make him a magic sword he can use, but he remembers how every sword from that shop fell apart as soon as Ishuto picked it up. Carlin confirmed he understood everything. Now the gnome village is in serious danger. Iris said she heard about it too. Iris says blacksmithing is a traditional job for dwarves, but today's young people don't want to do it. Carlin adds they are willing to leave their homelands. Ishuto asks whether there are now far fewer dwarven blacksmiths. Carlin said they are not there at all now. Ishuto was very surprised. Carlin apologized that he could not help anymore. Ishuto calmed her and said she had already helped a lot with her information. She felt very inspired and happy. Carlin put on an air of importance and insisted it was nothing, that she was just doing her job. But Iris noticed her tail wagging a lot, happy that Ishuto had praised her. Ishuto and Iris kept walking, and Iris remembered she wanted to tell Ishuto about the witch Dasha. Ishuto says he heard she was behind all the dungeon's problems, and Iris says he never told the whole story. Iris reveals Dasha posed as an adventurer named Marita. When Dasha entered the dungeon, she summoned a Cerberus. Iris is ashamed they fell for her tricks and that everything got out of control. Ishuto realized Dasha had used transformation magic, remembered noticing Murata's changed behavior, heard Iris say the real Murata has been found but has mild amnesia, and felt relieved that Murata is doing well. Iris says the search for the witch's Russia is still underway, but she doubts the knights or guards will find her. Ishuto is slightly surprised. She says Gelda is running her own investigation. Iris tells Ishuto that Gelda spends all her time in the library, searching for information about Drosha. Drosha claims to be the witch Brigand's daughter, but Gelda, who knew Brigand personally, doubts this, and Ishuto is interested. No exact details are known about Brigand and the Lizareg. Only reports say she has done evil across the world. Ishuto thinks he should speak to Gelda in person to learn about witches. Iris began to suggest that Ishuto go to another store, but a loud shout from the shop across from them interrupted her. And when she recognized the voice as the shop owner Dauman, she thought a fight had broken out and ran there with Ishuto. They burst into the shop, shouting to see if Damon was okay, and found a girl gripping his shirt, while he looked terrified. And Damon recognized Iris, though he said she looked very unnatural in the dress. Iris told Damon this was no time for flattery and asked the girl to let the shop owner go. The girl held on to Damon and glanced at the couple. Damon began to speak to Ishit, but could not pronounce his name. Ishto grumbles that someone in the service industry should have a better memory. The girl looks at him and says his name. Damon shouts that it is him. She asks if he means Ishto, and Damon confirms. The couple are confused and ask for clarification. Damon yells that Ishuto broke the girl's sword. The girl and Ishuto exchange threatening glances while he yells. Ishuto remembers his first time in that shop and admits he actually broke the sword, but Iris steps in to defend him, saying it wasn't entirely his fault. Iris cuts off issue 2 and says he was the one who broke the sword. Then the girl releases Damon, says issue 2's name, and walks toward him. Menacingly, she says she will deal with Ishut now. He laughs, asks whether she truly intends to challenge him to a duel, and warns her that he is very strong. The girl walks up and introduces herself as a dwarf named Siagun, or Van Gur. Ishuto realizes in his thoughts that she is the dwarf he and Carlin were just talking about. Damon is very surprised that she is a dwarf. Ishtuto stands in front of her with his arms crossed, calling her by name. Sagan walks up to Ishtuto and asks what she plans to do. She stepped up to him, grabbed Isuto by the edge of his vest, and said she wanted to be his wife. Isuto, expecting a challenge to a fight and not understanding her words, replied sarcastically that it was all. On realizing it, he was stunned, went pale, and cried out to ask what had happened. The girl who had introduced herself as a dwarf faced Ishuto and with a serious expression said she wanted him to marry her, leaving Iris watching from the side, stunned and unable to believe it, as Ishuto stepped back. Segan looked at Essus, stepped forward, and asked if Isuis wanted to become her wife. The young man, unable to hide his anger, said he did not understand what she meant. From the window, Marabu, Rika, and Lutessa watched the scene. Marabu panicked, asking what was happening and why someone would suddenly propose to Shuto. Lutessa enjoyed the love triangle, and Rika worried about the stranger. Lutessa assumed Ishuto was simply doing his usual work. Rika could not believe anyone would call that normal. After a moment, she resumed speaking. Lively Lutessa said she felt the most interesting thing might even justify throwing a party. Mirabu can't wait for Iris to respond. Rika found such joy inappropriate. Meanwhile, Ishu covered his face with his hand and said he could not understand how Segan had come to that idea, adding that he could not agree to it when he only knew her name. He wondered if it was the dwarven custom, but since then, Lizard Aguina had not been mentioned, and the shop owner said the girl was a gnome because she did not look like any he'd heard of. Calmly, the girl said she was a dwarf and had inherited giant blood on her mother's side. The others were shocked, and Sagan turned to Ishut. She asked Ishtu what she had to do to win his heart, and the young man panicked and shouted at her to stop and not do that in front of others. Segan tried to grab him, but the boy dodged. After a few moves, they froze face to face with their hands clasped in a fighting stance, ready to continue. Tenzing, the young man, tried to figure out what they were doing. Meanwhile, the girl kept squeezing him with surprising force, and he realized he was using only a tenth of his strength, which an ordinary person could not have withstood. Yashut admitted to himself that the girl was not so weak, and added it was worth acknowledging she was not so bad. Gathering her courage, she said nothing could stop her dream to become the best blacksmith. He admitted it would be wrong not to respect her determination and decided to try a little harder. He suddenly increased the pressure, and the girl arched, barely keeping her balance. She cried his name, surprised by the sudden jerk. The tension between them reached its limit. The floor under the girl began to crack, and the young man said that sooner or later either he, her body, or the floor would break, adding that she did not seem like someone who would admit defeat. Two lizard brothers went into a store. One told his brother he could manage and not to worry. The other replied he was worried, certain his brother would quickly spend all the money if left alone. Still holding the dwarf girl, Ishuto greeted one of the lizards and was surprised to recognize him. Watching the scene with the girl, the lizards concluded Ishuto was acting strange again, and one said they had enough for today, with his brother agreeing. The lizards ran out of the shop, and Iris watched them go. Ishuto realized he had been wrong to assume they already understood each other and that he still did not know the names of the lizards watching him. The owner of the establishment angrily told the man he was interfering with business, and the protagonist calmly asked what was happening and was told customers had run away because of him. Ishuto asked Saigon if the girl was giving up. Saigon sighed that she was tired but could keep going. Ishuto sneered that Damon had hurted himself, and Damon got angry and began yelling at Ishuto. Iris, and the dwarf girl were shown the door again. Ishuto apologized to Iris, saying that although they were on a date, he lost himself and left her alone, and admitting Damon was right to scold him about Iris' feelings. She then said she had a chance to check something but could not say for sure yet. The new dwarf friend sat at the table with a massive warhammer. Iris said the weapon was clearly not a toy for children. Sagan hummed calmly in reply. Before them stood the warhammer Mjolnir, which she said had been passed down in their family for generations. The girl said the hammer was made about 300 years ago. Iris called it legendary. The village elder gave it to her when Segun left, and though her family were all warriors, she leaned toward blacksmithing. Thinking it over, she remembered that one day a particular thought had come to her. The girl admitted she left the village to forge a weapon as powerful as the legendary hammer. Her dream is to become a blacksmith of that level, and Ishuto said she left for that reason. He asked if it was because there were no known blacksmiths left in the village, and she confirmed that there really weren't any left now. At first, she tried to learn the craft on her own, hoping to find outstanding masters, but over time, she realized she lacked the knowledge and needed a teacher, so with her family's blessing, she set off on her journey. The protagonist said he understood. Like the other adventurers, she made her way to the city of Aureus. The girl confirmed what he said. Iris interrupted and said she wanted to clarify one more point. Wondering whether her desire to become a great blacksmith was linked to the recent chance offer to Ishuto, the girl said she was puzzled and did not understand how it had happened. Rushing to explain the sword, she made him realize this was the moment that set things in motion and said she had forged it herself before leaving the village. Siggins held up the blueprint of the sword his tutor had broken, saying it was prototype 0. The protagonist noticed the dwarf girl's numbering of her works was unusual and intriguing. Second replied that it was a dwarven custom. They also had a custom of adding a 0 after a weapon's name. Thus, the sword could be called Sigginsword, and his shooter was surprised and asked why it had no name engraved, because he thought if a name were carved on it, nothing would touch it. Sagan said she was still a beginner and thought it was too soon to engrave her name on her work, maybe for another 10 years, and Ishap praised her humility as a good trait and said he knew a craftsman who could learn from her. Still spying on the boys, Mirabu, Rika, and Lutessa watched as she bristled at Ishuto's words, and they could barely hold her back, while the dwarf began to explain how she came here and became an adventurer, which surprised Ishuto because she had no time for school. I'll tell him that members of martial races like giants don't have to go to school. They only need to pass the practical exam. Ishuto looked surprised, hearing this for the first time. The girl continued, saying she planned to work as an adventurer after getting her certificate and learning blacksmithing in the workshop. He shot an iris smiled sweetly, and said her plan was good and quite clever. Segan lowered her gaze and said, disappointed, that there was one catch. Every workshop turned her away, saying it was not women's work. Iris sympathized and said it was painful for her to hear. The gnome girl said she was ready for it, but another fact hurt her more. No one in those forges believed she came from the dwarven tribe. Ishito sympathized, saying he knows what it's like when no one believes you, and he remembers his first conversation with the guild leader. He also offered Segan his piece of cake. She accepted it, eyes alight, and said Ishutoto was kind. Ishutoto felt like he was feeding a small animal, and then he began to think. Noticing the gnome's clothes are shabby, her belly empty, and her bag nearly empty, he asks whether she has anyone in the city. Segan admits she is poor at communicating and prefers working alone. Ishutoto warns that working alone is very hard. The dwarf says she is already level 3. The girls at the next table, who had been eavesdropping, nearly dropped their jaws at what they heard. And Ishuto and Iris were also surprised, with Iris repeatedly saying that Segan had reached level 3 in just 6 months. The dwarf says it's all thanks to our hammer, which, while not precise, deals massive damage. Ishuto noted that with the hammer, Segan could handle tougher monsters. The dwarf girl said that one day, while returning to the guild, she realized she had lost her sword because she had been starving and could not remember where she had been or where she might have left it. After 2 months, she finally found it today. I repeated that the girl had stopped by Damon's shop by chance and found her sword there. Segan agreed and said it was too much for her. Ishtu, whom she wanted to marry, was there, and he interrupted her, telling her to stop at that moment. Segan suddenly decided she wanted to marry him, and the role that marriage played in her story. She answered that before leaving the village, a woman over 100 had foretold her future, and the predictions had been accurate. Ishutu grew very nervous and could not believe what the dwarf girl was saying. A fortune teller told Segan she was destined to marry the one who would break her sword in 2. Isuto, Serditsia, and Iris say her sword was broken into more than 2 pieces. Segan said it was broken nonetheless. Segan stuns everyone by announcing she must marry Ishuto because her first weapon was destroyed. And Ishuto reacts angrily and embarrassed, asking them not to say it aloud. Segan keeps insisting that Ish take her as his wife. Ish says she is stubborn and goal-oriented and wonders about her origins and blacksmithing skills. He realizes the dwarven village has no blacksmiths left who can forge demonic iron ore, and the skill may be lost. Segan is the only hope left for both the dwarven village and Ishu. She confirms that only the dwarves know how to forge demonic ore. Segan says only dwarves can safely forge demonic weapons, and Isuto says he is now looking for a blacksmith to make a sword for him. Ishtuto asks if she can forge a weapon from ore he brings. Segan replies that she has read the documentation and has experience with ore, but lacks a workshop. Segan admits she has no practice. She says she is just an adventurer. Isuto says her refusal was expected. Sagan says there is a but. Still, she dreams of creating the most powerful magic blade and is working toward that goal. Ishuto felt inspired and smiled. Feeling inspired, Ishuto hits the table and addresses Saigon, presenting all the parts. Inviting Saigon to join the team, he formally inducts her into the squad, but she doesn't fully understand what he means. Ishude says he wants her on his team. Saigon blushes slightly and looks inspired. He says talk of marriage can wait, and warns that if she just lives day to day, her dream will stay out of reach. She replies that she understood his words, and that since arriving in the capital, she has only killed monsters. He promised to help her start training as a blacksmith. Saigon asked whether this was a veiled proposal. Ishuto shouted no. Saigon folded her arms and started to speak. She says his words make her happy. She's pleased to meet them, and she agrees to join the squad. The rest of the squad whispers that they're happy the team has a new member, and it's a girl. Lutessa says she'll look good on the team. Next, Iris asks Saigan about her work. At first, Saigan struggles to answer and only moans. Iris asks Seigan about her ID because she may have lost it. Seigan says she has it. Seigan says she is still learning the Laharian language and can only read names, which surprises the others, and they tell her she must learn to read and write to progress further. Seigan's ID reveals her class. Her status as a berserker prompts mild tension and surprise among the others. Seigan suddenly says she is only 10 years old, and Ishuto is shocked. 1866 provokes a violent reaction from everyone present, and those around her struggle to believe Seigan's age, but when she calmly confirms it, their surprise only deepens. Ishuto reflects on her upbringing as an adult. He cannot understand how a girl so young can speak of marriage. Ishuto listens closely as Seguin explains the local custom that dwarves reach adulthood at 12. Seguin then falls silent. Iris studies her body and falls silent with a downcast look, then nervously tries to speak to Ishuto, prompting an unexpected reaction from Seigan. Iris asks about another woman, and the dwarf asks whether the woman sitting with Ishuto is his lover, leaving both Ishuto and Iris deeply confused. With Iris's face completely covered in paint, Ishuto explains they just fought together and are staying at the same inn. He said he and Iris are comrades. Seigan listens to the explanation and calmly agrees. She accepts the situation and restates her understanding. Meanwhile, the other girls sit nearby, excited and talking, until Ishido realizes that Seigan is an adventurer who has never heard of Iris, and he later tells himself it must be because of the dwarf's hobbies. Iris says this is her first encounter with a berserker, and Ishuto agrees that if it's new to her, the profession must be very rare. I emphasize again that being a berserker is a special job and one of the rarest skills. Iris repeats that without special skills, no one can become a berserker, then suddenly stands and slams the table, startling Ishuto as the room grows tense. Sign for something. At the next table, Rika and Mirabu watch the scene with excitement, while Lutessa clutches her head, already knowing what will happen. Iris asks Saigon to show her skills in practice, which surprises the dwarf. Iris eagerly volunteers to fight Sejin, seeing it as a chance to prove herself, while Sejin eats in silence. The group noticed the girl looked very similar to someone they all knew, Ross Ways. Ishato tells Iris that Seigan is only level 3 and can't match her high level, and Seigan, hearing this, says everything is fine. Seigan is determined, saying she can fight a level 13 fighter using her berserker skill. Iris tells herself that girly things are not for her. The fight begins. Seigan and Iris clash in intense combat, focused and determined. Each blow lands with force. This is the start of a serious fight. Both girls trade powerful, fast, aggressive blows that impress the onlookers, and their movements show each is giving maximum effort. Rika, Meribu, and Lutessa watch the battle in surprise. They see it as a challenge and a fight for Ishuto. Rika doubts Saigan is really level 3. Rika says she moves like a seasoned adventurer, but Lutessa challenges that and points out Saigan relies on her hammer as she advances. Second attacks Iris, who offers no resistance as the hammer hits its target, and Iris simply takes the blows. Even during the fierce fight, Iris still notes that Seigan's swing is good, while easily dodging the dwarf's blows. Iris drives the hammer deep into the ground as tension rises, and Seigan grows nervous. Seigan pivots quickly and draws her hammer. The rivals face each other amid the wreckage, the air still tense after the strike. She prepares for the next attack. Seigan says she only needs one clean strike and swings in a wide attack. Iris sees it and readies an attack on the dwarf giant. Sagan's movements are precise and aggressive. The whole scene feels like the final phase of the battle. She brings down a powerful overhead strike aimed at damaging Iris, who holds her ground and easily blocks it. Iris says plainly that blocking Saigon's blow was no trouble for her, and she's very upset about having to puff out her cheeks. The girls fight with total seriousness. Their blows are powerful and swift. Both are focused on winning, and Sagan is sure she will not lose in raw physical strength. Iris accepts this out of pure sympathy. Sagan is stronger, but there is one exception. She adds that Sagan relies entirely on her weapon. Iris sidesteps the attack, and her opponent topples, dropping her hammer. Sagan sinks to the ground and stares at her opponent with bitter eyes. The crowd has already chosen the duel's winner. They are delighted by the spectacle and impressed by the girl's skill. Rika is still amazed by Iris's skill, and Mirabu is relieved the girls didn't hurt each other too much. Lutessa laughs and tells her friends to pay attention. Sagan kneels, looking up at Iris, who looks down at her. Iris's expression says it all. Unhappy with the duel, she says Sagan herself knows that if Sagan had wanted to win, she should have used the berserker, and Sagan agrees. Sagan stood and said that if it were that easy, she could become a berserker at any moment. She says the switch in her head needs to be flipped, and Iris and Ishutoto were surprised to find some kind of switch in Sagan. People want to know how to switch it. The girl cannot give a precise answer. Earlier, they asked how she switched it. Iris asked about the berserker's last memory. Sagan begins to tell what happened before she left the village. At the dwarf village festival, they were giving out roasted griffin, which Sagan really wanted, and Iris doesn't understand what the dwarf is getting at. Sagan said her switch flipped when her mother ate the entire griffin that little Sagan had wanted so much. Iris suggests the switch is triggered when something she really wants is taken away. Isuto thinks external factors trigger the skill, and Iris decides to run an investigative experiment. Sagan smiles as she takes Isuto away from her, while Isuto is perplexed. The dwarf girl freezes in shock. The Trinity, who had been watching them from the sidelines, are stunned too. Iris shouts for Isuto to run, pulls him along, and they flee the battle square. Lutessa and Mirabu are delighted by the intensity of their passions, and Rika grows worried as she looks at Sidon. Sagan bends down, picks up her hammer, and mutters that Ishut is her husband and was taken from her. She glared at the fleeing couple with hatred and said she would never forgive Iris. In Saigon, the Trinity is frightened as the wind rises and sends all the dust flying. Sion's expression turns serious as she says berserker mode is active. Lutessa looks scared and says the dwarf was right about the level 13 adventurer. The dwarf is ready to attack. The couple keeps running farther and farther from the giant gnome. Iris has reached her goal and now waits eagerly for the next steps. Sagan stands ready to destroy her target. With one step, the dwarf dashed forward so fast the road collapsed beneath her feet. Lutessa and Mirabu say they must catch up. They can't miss this. They want to know how it will all end. Only Rika is truly worried about her friends. Sagan is purposefully racing toward her goal. Scared, Isuto shouts to Iris and Sagan's, "Is berserker behavior normal in this world?" Iris tells him that as far as she knows, only Sagan behaves that way.